know how I be on instant messaging. I'm like, send a message back here. I be on it.
And I know that messenger, it doesn't give you like the immediate messages and stuff. So I appreciate you being patient and working with me too. But yeah, definitely I would get in contact with that photographer. Will be your first kind of input into the sports world, because you can imagine if he's taking pictures of that school, there are other schools, there are other other moms and parents that want this type of thing, and you start showing them the pillows, the t-shirts, and all of these other substrates. If he's not already doing that type of thing, type in his photography, like the name of his photography, Google it, and see, is he already selling substrates? Most of them aren't. Like they aren't doing the slate frames, they aren't doing the t-shirts, none of that. Posters, all of that. You can technically do those type of items and say, hey, did you know I offer this this service? I'll recommend you as a photographer. If you can recommend me as a printer, and make sure that they have a release to use your photos for me, and then they pay him like a $15 or a $20 release fee so that they can have the digital files, and then you do what you want to do with those files and do some creative stuff, and eventually he'll even go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I'm a little ADD too, so I'll be talking ahead of myself. But go ahead, I was listening.
We're a match, don't worry.
So look, I'll forget if I don't get it out quick. I'll be like, dang, I lost that thought. So
right, that's me too. we're about one and the same right now. Okay, so do you want to cut out the do the PNGs through Remove BG, or do you want to manually do it? Manually doing it is going to take some more time, but it'll give you that practice. Doing them on Remove BG will kind of get you quickly to where you can do the layout.
It is. I tried to do one of them, Remove BG, because I was trying to make us like playing around with it yesterday, and it was like kind of yanky with some of these photos. It was deleting because there's so much body movement, I think.
Right.
They was like deleting some of his shoes, some of the players' bodies were deleting. So it's whichever way. I would like to at least do one, watch you or myself. Well, I guess I'm gonna be doing one on my own so I can learn it.
Okay.
But it's whatever you.
So that's good. Let's go ahead and let's open up one of them right now. Just double click. Well, I don't know if it's set to open up in Photoshop. If not, right click on the image and do open with. And when you choose, it's open with, and it has a little bit down under share. There you go. And go open with Photoshop.
Okay.
And then we'll leave it.
I never know what to put here. Do I leave it as a sign working RGB whenever I open up your files, or am I going to leave it as, or what do I do here?
I would go with the sRGB. That's the one that I use. Some people use Adobe RGB, and there are a couple of different settings for color. I would just keep it consistent with that sRGB. And then you have a large format printer, so once you start printing, you'll notice that there may be some changes that you need to do to your color profile. Now, this image looks kind of tiny. Do Control Plus so you can zoom in. I want to see what those details look like. And this might be a reason why the images are hard to cut out with Remove BG, just because of the quality of the images. But I think we could still work with this one. Now, I will tell you this.
What I was going to say, too, earlier when I cut you off, it was his senior year, so we paid $65. You know, whenever you do this stuff on your own, I dread it paying that $65. But I didn't have a full format printer or no setup. But they did the big old blanket, so they do. Some of the parents did have connections with somebody in order to get these photos and make blankets, but I don't think it was directly with the photographer, so you make a great point with that.
Oh, now, the schools get a copy of the photos, too. They're usually who have the contract. So I've had, like, when I did, I've done those big banners and stuff for schools, and then I've had the parents contact me, hey, can I get a picture of my kid? And I tell them to go to the school because that's who I had a contract with, because you never know, like, going directly to the source, whether you're giving away something that they are selling because that was your customer. So you want to make sure you don't cross those lines. And they'll go to the school, and the school will say, here's the access to the Google Drive folder with all the pictures. And that's usually how you get by there. So contact the school, ask for the photos, and if they don't give them to you, then you can contact the photographer directly. But yeah, I think we can still use this one. As a matter of fact, I think we can use the foreground and the background. So I'm going to show you how we can do that. Let's see. We're going to end up using the pen tool, the dreaded pen tool. And I see you already have it selected, so you already knew what you was. Hey, all right.
No, that was an accident.
Hey, that means it was meant to be. The computer knew what you was up to today. Okay, so this is one of the most dreaded tools, but when you learn this process, you're gonna really be able to use this for almost any application. So what I want you to do is Control plus a couple of times. We're going to zoom in and find a good area to start. So hold down Control and hit your plus 2 times. There you go. So that's zooming in. And you'll see you got some pixels there, but we can still work with it. Now, this process that we're about to do, I'm going to show you a couple of clicks, and then I'm going to click out, and then I'm going to let you start over again. So with the pen tool, to make a sharp, and I'm sure you probably click with that lasso before. See how I'm just clicking? When you click, it makes these very sharp corners. Now, that's not what we want to do. The whole purpose of the pen tool is that it's going to make a vector path or a vector shape for you. So when I click, I'm going to click one time just to start it. And then I'm going to click again, but this time before I let it go, I'm going to drag. And I have a little lag on my side. That's because it's basically your computer running it, and I'm controlling your computer through an internet connection. So when I click and drag, it'll offer me the option to do a curve. And at this point, yeah, it's doing it, but it's very hard. So I want you to do that. I'm exiting out of it. And I want you to start somewhere. If you need to zoom in a little bit more because you need to see what you're doing, don't feel bad. You can move it while you're zooming. There you go.
It is very pixelated, isn't it?
But what the beautiful thing is, once you create this as a layer mask, it's going to make those edges really clean. So we start one point. Go ahead and click on another curve that you need to make. And I want you to, once you click, now, I was going to say, this is going to be a good lesson how close your clicks need to be. I would have selected the peak. So you're looking for peaks and valleys, right? So the peak of that forearm is probably where I would have put my next point. So you can Control Z and go back one step. Okay? And then put that next point, Control Z again, just let me see. Okay, so you have one point. Now the next one, when you put it down, before you let that click go on the mouse, you're going to stretch it out, and you're going to see what the curve does. So click and stretch.
It's not doing it.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me escape out of this. I think we're on the curvature tool and not the pen tool. Let's see. Hold on. Yep, we need to be on the pen tool. My bad.
Oh, man. I'm messing up already. We're going to be here all night.
Now this is going to take a little work. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to before we started making a path. So basically just having it open. And that's why I'm sitting here blaming it on the internet connection, and it was me the whole time. So when I click, you see how I'm clicking and I'm dragging? It's creating a curve. So this is how you're going to learn, and I'm doing it real rough because I want to show you that basically as you click and drag, you're creating these curves. So you're intentionally finding these peaks and valleys that make it easier for you to create this curvature. And then if I were to close it up, basically, once I get it closed, I can turn it into a mask, I can turn it into a shape or a selection. So that's what we're doing right now. So I'm going to go ahead and undo everything I just did. And you're going to start in one place, just like we were just doing, and then create a new node. Yep. Click again, and then next time you click, I want you to drag. There you go. Yep. And you want to basically just follow along the path. Yep.
That looks real sloppy.
Well, and you know what? When you finish this, you're going to be impressed by yourself. And you can go back and edit these nodes later if you need to. That is the beautiful thing about this type of mask. And I see you're getting the hang of how to control those, and that's what they're called, controls. So you have the node itself, and you have those handles. So you're doing
a little bit familiar with it. I'm not completely oblivious to Photoshop. It's just a lot for me to remember and stuff, so I need more practice, but I've done it before.
Oh, but that's why you're so, I'm looking at you
blend in and I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't no pro. I did it once or twice now, but I'm a little bit more familiar than probably most people would be. That's just now starting out only because I've had to do it before. I'm trying to see. This is like Is it Control Z to give me the little thing back? Because I want to
no,
move this node.
Control Z is going to undo. I think what you're trying to do, you would select Alt and click on the node.
Because I'm trying to adjust that node, right? I messed up one.
Well, just undo it. If you think you messed up those handles too much, just undo it and make a new point.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Control Z, ain't that undo?
Just go. Oh, you did a pickup path. So yeah, just go back a few. There you go. You know what you're doing. Just go back in that history until it looks familiar and comfortable to you.
Okay. I picked up my answers. I still like the one I want. Okay. So you said pick up the peaks and valleys and kind of.
Yep, and you want to follow. Now, this is one thing you're going to notice, because once you start leaning the handles a certain way, you'll see how it controls the next node. So go ahead and create your next point, and you'll see how that previous one affected it.
And forgive me for coughing. I don't have COVID, I promise. I have real bad allergies.
Oh, you're fine. First of all, we on the phone, so we distancing, we good. But secondly, I'm always coughing, even before this whole COVID thing. Anytime I make these videos, right, I'll be coughing all day. As soon as I get on these videos, I'm hacking and needing some water and about to die. My eyes watering because I'm trying to hold it in. I'm about to start choking.
That's not me. I was like, oh Lord, I hope I don't start coughing. No, I heard you coughing one time in a video. I was cracking up. I said that would be me coughing all in the video during
what
COVID.
You talking about? They're trying to hold it, and I'm over here dying.
On this point, I don't know if I should do it closer or farther away.
Just try it. You can't mess up. You can always go back. So I want you to just get comfortable, like playing with it. It's real easy to just click, because if you click, it's going to create a corner, or a curve. Instead of a curve, it's going to give you that sharp point. But if you pull it, you're always going to get a curve. So if you get used to, matter of fact, you know how you paint with brush strokes. That's how I want you to think about what you're doing, because when you paint with brush strokes, you're usually trying to create some type of curve or some type of even line. When you are clicking, you're usually what's the equivalent of that? Just trying to make like a box or something very very abstract around something. It doesn't have the organic shape. So if you think of organically, just click and pull, click and pull, click and pull.
It ain't doing it right.
Well, and this is what I was saying. It's the way that you're stretching the nodes, and that's why I wanted you to notice when you pull a node out to the left or the right. When you pull that handle out, it affects the next point, because you can't really get a smooth line unless all of your handles are smoothly going in the same direction. So, for instance, I don't know if it'll allow me to pick up where you are right now, because technically we're sharing a mouse, but I don't know if it'll mess you up. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Now, you can zoom in too much and just really be nitpicking. I don't want to do that, but I want you to see what's happening with these nodes. So this last one that you did here, see how this handle is pointing out into the background space? Well, you want to be going in the direction of your next node. So it's anticipating where the next point is going to go, right? So if I back up just one step, I'm going to anticipate my next node. So I'm going to pull it, and I know that my next node is going to follow this shape. So basically you're anticipating, you're guessing where the next one's going to go. So you're going to go ahead and set it up for that. Now, if I hold the space bar, I don't think my shortcuts are working on this side, because the space bar will allow me to pan the image around. So I'm just going to use my wheel here. So I'm guessing. Okay, so you can move it up, and so I just created that one. Now
you control that if I press the space bar. Can you control the thing, or do I have to do that too?
I think
the pan?
No, I think you have to do both. That's one of the drawbacks to this thing. But before, I was able to use my space bar and stuff. I don't know, but regardless, I think you got the concept here. So when I click and drag, and I can kind of guess where my next point is going. See how I'm using those handles to project where my next point is going, rather than just randomly pulling those handles. So now I want you to take the steering wheel and kind of pull, do some clicking and pulling and anticipating of your next point.
Right, I'm going out this way, so I'm
yep, that way. There you go. You're right. Yep, you're preemptively leading that next point. There you go.
Like that.
Yep, you got it.
I can't tell what I'm doing because this picture's so. Oh shoot! What I do? Oh man! If I was trying to do that, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Looks like you filled it. Go back to the last new anchor point that you did.
How do you feel it if you haven't?
I don't know.
If you don't have if it's not a closed shape.
That's a great point. Make sure that you're on this Zoom here. So go ahead and go back to your pen tool. See if it'll let you finish that off. Pen tool, you see it? Yep, you got it. And see if it'll let you continue that. Now you might want a point right there. And if you wanted a point right there, then you just do a quick click real quick, and then it'll give you a corner instead of a curve. So sometimes you want corners, but more often than corners, you're going to be doing curves.
So what did I need a corner at?
Oh no, you don't need it. You did a clean curve right there in those little tight spaces. Sometimes you can get away with doing just a quick click, and then it'll be a corner instead of a curve. But you can always use curves over corners. That's the go-to. Okay.
These colors are kind of blended, so I'm assuming his go kind of this way.
And go ahead and pull your image up so you can see it real good. Go ahead and pull the image up that way. And that's why sometimes zooming in too much will have you really second guessing yourself. And the truth of the matter is, this is what your eye can discern, right? So if you see it and somebody else does it, they're not going to be like, oh, he's missing a 1/4 inch of his butt cheek. They're not going to say that. So this is all of you. One thing I've done in the past where, I was kind of quickly going through and I missed and took off a little bit of a calf muscle one time. And then the gentleman was like, wait, Miss Shannon, you didn't get all of my muscle. And I was like, okay. So I went back and added the little muscle in there. So just don't cut off any muscle. Anything else is good. Yeah, these boys ain't playing about their little muscles they working for.
I know it. little bit of muscle.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, I'm trying. I don't know if I should do it like that.
And this is a good thing to practice on. It's just clothing. So the thing that gets really hard is when you're contouring someone's face or their profile and you're trying not to chop off too much of the nose or the eye or whatever that you need to make out something. So doing it on something like this is cool because you're just doing the silhouette of clothing. So it's not that big of a deal, even if you were off a little bit.
Yeah, because I'm definitely off. I'm having a hard time with this over here.
It's okay. And when you finish, once you kind of get the general shape, I'll show you that you can edit the little nose that you make if you really need to. Now, I will tell you this. I'm going to show you what I would do in this case. Go back a couple of nodes for me. I think one of these, this one is a corner instead of a curve. So I'm going to take it back a little bit, and I'm going to show you what I would do from this point. Is it letting me drive?
And maybe it's another corner.
Let me see. It may not be. Let me see if it's letting me click and drag, sir.
Are we on the curve tool again?
No, it's the regular pencil. I think I was having a little lag, because we're on the internet. But I got it. So now listen, when you do long handles, that means it's going to be more extreme curvature. Short handles are kind of like a little bit of a guide. So what you have to do is you kind of have to decide before you make your next point, do I want long handles or short handles? And I think this little lag is dragging me. But see how I'm kind of making an executive decision to get rid of this little part right here just because it'll make it easier for me. and it is not going to be noticeable. So I don't want you to beat yourself up trying to get all of these particular details, especially being that this is a low, low resolution image. But you're probably going to do better cutting this out than Remove BG would, because it's such a low resolution image. And I have to use my little wheel to scroll down. So you see, the longer I make these handles, the more loose I can be with my next point. If I want to be very precise, I'm going to use shorter handles, and I'm going to, and matter of fact, I might need to zoom out now, because now I'm like you, I'm like, what am I looking at? Is that, oh, see, I done came all the way into his leg. I've been cut off his quads, and he was like, oh, my legs ain't that skinny. Hold on, see?
And look, he ain't weighing in for real, so he holding on to whatever little pounds he got. Please don't take away none of his little pounds.
we got to give him that.
Just talking about that.
We got to give him that.
Gain a pound.
And now this one is probably going to be best if you do it, because it's sometimes giving me my curve and sometimes it's not, and I think that's just because of the internet lag. It's not giving me a curve on that one, so I'm gonna let you go back one, because well, you know what, you should be able to make that one work, and just keep trying to do your click and pull.
Wait a minute, I was already on the click and not the pull. Let's see. I can't stand this pen tool. I promise. I never did like this pen tool. I mean, I like it for the results to give other people, but my hands don't do it.
It's a love-hate relationship. Now, I will tell you what's easier. When I use a pen tool with my stylus and not the mouse, which I very rarely do because I'm too lazy, I have this little touchscreen tablet that I can sketch on and stuff, and I almost never use it because I'm such an old school mouse user. But when I use that pen tool, it's so much more intuitive because you're stroking, so you're going to lay down the point and you're going to stroke to the next point, and it's like, you know how when you're learning how to sketch and you do all those little lines and you create your curves with these little lines, it's the same exact concept as when you're learning how to sketch and learning how to outline things. It's just when you do it with a stylus, it feels more natural. When you do it with a mouse, your finger's tired, you keep going to the right when you want to go to the left, and it's just not a very natural process. Now, I don't know what you're getting all out of this. That is little calf muscle. Go ahead. I'm like, you're getting one of the audience members' hands or something.
You ain't gonna take away that muscle. Let's see. I'm using one of those touch pads on my laptop too. I don't even have them now.
That's what it is too. Oh yeah, those touch pads are the worst. My pinky finger freezes up because for some reason my pinky doesn't like to go down. It's bougie. It like to stay up. So whenever I'm working on those little pads, my pinky gets tired from just sticking up in the air. And it's like, look, man, what are you gonna do with me? Just put on a glove and tie me down or something. So I can't use those little mouse track pads.
Funny. You just said that, and my finger was just shaking. I'm like, man, I be thinking I got carpal tunnel. It's probably why.
that pinky's ready to give up.
What was that old mouse pad? Oh man, I didn't want to do that. Oh Lord, Father heaven.
But you
trying to zoom in. I can't tell what's going on in this picture. This picture's terrible.
Now, and this, I'm going to show you that even with a bad picture, once you're finally, getting your contour done with this, even a bad picture looks better when you use this method. Because if we were using the magic wand, guess what? You would see every last one of those little squares would be a jagged little edge to the background, and it would look really, really nasty and just real pixelated. But when you use this type of mask, it can be real smooth on the edges, even though the inside is still pixelated. At least your cutout is going to be clean.
People gonna look at this and be like, what in the world is she doing? Click right there. Click. I just don't know what I'm doing. You said Hills and Valley. I'm like,
You got a couple people
What is wrong?
They laughing with us though, so that's a good thing.
Oh man, one day I'm gonna be a pro, and I'm just gonna look at this and be like, oh.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, just a few. I resisted this technique for years. When I tell you I was the click queen, like I would use that lasso tool, the one that has the polygon lasso, and I would click, and I would have all kind of corners to people's heads and stuff, until I realized that as long as I was willing to get comfortable with this tool, I was able to do a lot more with it.
I didn't want to pick up pass. Okay, so if I need I just click again. Okay. That's what I do.
You got it.
Let's not get too carried away, Sharon.
I think you got it, and I'm telling you, once you do your shape, if there's something like, let's say, I don't think that was a piece of the shoe or whatever, and you want to come back. Yeah, I know. If you want to come back, you can take an individual node and then you can just shift it a little bit. And all we're doing is making a mask. So we're not going to delete any pixels. We're not going to get rid of the background. We're just going to make a mask layer.
Oh my goodness. Why is this square right here? I just want to...
Well, the square is a node.
Move it back to the...
Now, if you want to move a node that you already created, now what you did was you just kind of double back to that node. If you want to move a node that you already did, I believe you hold down Alt and click the box, and it should allow you to edit that node, I think.
Where I can just drag it again?
It's either Alt or Control. See which one it is. One of them deletes it and one of them moves it.
Well, that was Alt.
So it's okay, then it's Alt. And then now you can move that handle. Now, did you hit Alt when you moved the handle, or no?
No. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's good. You got this. You got this. You've been doing it so far. Now it's hard because you're having to basically, the hardest thing to make with this tool is a circle. So anything you go around that's really round, somebody's head or a foot, basically you're having to make really precise decisions with the tool.
Hold on one second. I got a psycho dog. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. Now, if you want me to, let me see if I can do the next few anchor points just to get us kind of past this foot. If it'll let me.
Please.
Of course. So I'm clicking and I'm dragging. I'm clicking and I'm dragging. And see, that one didn't drag just now. Maybe I gotta move a little quicker to trick it into. It's like every second one that I do, it messes up. There we go.
So do we need to come in? Is that part of his leg? Are you best to cut his leg off, or what is that? Oh, it's her hair.
I think that is her hair. So I try to keep it white because I believe that's part of the sock. We don't know what we're looking at right now. It's like an abstract painting.
Really don't.
But we're making it. We're gonna get there.
He has so many awesome pictures. I'm like, why don't I have any of them?
You know what? That's the thing too. You know, the kids will keep up with their best images because that's what they're gonna make sure they post on Instagram and Facebook and everything else. So let me go back one more and then let me zoom. I think I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Give it a little perspective here, so we aren't being too hard on ourselves. And then see right there, I'm just gonna click and make a point rather than a curve. And that's one of those instances where you ask me, well, when do you make a curve? When do you make a point?
Mm-hmm. So instead of dragging, you just click it, and it's gonna make it a point.
Yep, you just tap it. Now, you can, you can kind of be a little lazy, and then you could tap, tap, tap all the way around and convert the points afterwards. But the better prep work you do, the less work you're going to have to fix later. And this is definitely like every other point that I do. Maybe I just need to let it think before I do the next point. Maybe that's what it is. I was trying to click the next point and be real fast, and fast don't get you nowhere.
Alright. Honey, it's going to get us through this one-on-one because the pace I'm going, we're going to be here until tomorrow.
Well, you know what? This will be the indication right here of what will be best to really practice on. And I would suggest that you get you maybe 5-6 photos and really practice going through the motions on this thing, because it really is, it's a repetition thing. The more you do it, the better you're going to be at it, the more confident you're going to be with it, and the less you're going to hate doing it. So all the way around, it's just a numbers thing.
And see, I have a little pen too, but it was a brand new pen. It didn't work, so I just had to get another one. I was trying, because I'm like, I bet you a pen it has to be more easier than I was clicking on this little pad.
I mean, and even just a mouse, a simple mouse will help you. And I think, I'm trying to see, is there black on the bottom of the shoe? Is it ended white? And I'm clicking and dragging. And I'm kind of assuming what's part of the shoe. And this is where sometimes you have to zoom out to see what you're really selecting. See if is that a tongue of the shoe, or is that a part of the next player's arm?
Right.
All right, and then there, I'm coming up. And we're making it, I think we might have about 35% of it done now. And this is what I was saying, if you can use the Remove BG, it really is a lifesaver if you have your decent quality images. And they don't even have to be high resolution, but it does a good job of guessing, for the most part, where your main image is. And it's taking me a little time to scroll up. Let me zoom out a little bit. Here we go. I think I chopped off a little too much there.
That's why it's good to kind of see where you're going, because I'm kind of in my head thinking where would I went versus where you're choosing to select.
Right. And that's why I like to watch you too, to see the patterns of where people think about going next. And it really is, it's a by hand thing. It's not even by eye. You really have to almost feel what you're doing with it. Just like if somebody was teaching you, how to paint, it's the feel of it that really makes you understand what you're creating. And for that one, I'm going to select hard point there. So I'm going to pick up, he has his tights up under the shorts, so the shorts kind of flare out and then the tights are tighter to the body. So in order to capture that, we'll go outside. So I created a point there, and then I'm going to continue with my curve around it. And then when I'm doing clothing, I'm very liberal about how much I trace it. If I'm doing like the wrinkles of a jersey, or like baggier parts of the clothing, I'm not really that hard on myself, as long as I don't make it look like they have extra hips or love handles when they don't have them. Then don't be so hard on yourself.
And then I think I need to hear that on the daily.
Right, I'm telling you, because what you'll see is when I finish this, we're gonna do the mask. You'll see that on the mask, not only can I change the nose, but I can smooth out my curves. So even if your curves weren't exact, or they just look a little jagged, you can smooth them out with the features of the program. Now the hard thing to do are fingers. fingers and faces.
Oh Lordy.
And at least on this image, you don't really have much of the fingers or face to do. So that's definitely an upside, especially with it being a lower resolution image.
Okay.
So I'm coming into this armpit, so I'm going to kind of angle just a little bit to let the next node know that I'm coming out. And I don't think I came out far enough. There we go.
Okay.
And I'm pulling up. Sorry, my little wheel is moving this image a little slow, but it's moving.
But I'm curious to know what we're gonna do with this basketball rim. Now I think about it, wouldn't that be hard?
As a matter of fact, what I'm gonna suggest is I'll show you. We'll do a rough cut around it, and then we'll determine from there, based on how you place it in the image, how much of the detail you want to keep.
Okay.
And I wish my space bar was working, because the way that I go through this is I kind of use a combo move. So I'll hold down my space, pan the image a little bit, you know, zoom in, zoom out. It's usually like you'll get a groove to it.
So you continue, like if you drag it and you want to zoom in and zoom out, you continue to hold your finger on that point, not let go while you're zooming in and zooming out.
Yeah, if you're working on a point and you don't want to commit anything right then and there, you can. But usually, like after I place my point and I'm looking to go on to the next point, I'm using my space bar, and I'm kind of like if you were pushing yourself on the floor, like if you were on a rolling cart and you were pushing yourself on the floor, you kind of use your hands to kind of to pull and push and roll around where you want. That's what that pan tool is good for. So it helps me roll around the image until I get where I really want to see.
Okay.
And see, now we're about to get into a little bit of the hands. So I'm just creating these curves just so I don't completely cut anything off in an odd way. And then, like I said, one of the hardest things to do, you think it's easy, but one of the hardest things to do is to follow something like a ball or top of somebody's head with the curve, because you almost have to be so precise with where you're putting your points. And I have to make sure that that handle isn't too long, because then if it's too long, it won't let me get up into the detail of where that finger starts. Now, by any chance, is the touchpad happen to get activated while I'm doing this? Like on your end? Are you like over the touchpad or anything?
Like, am I able to do what?
Are you possibly like touching the touchpad at all? Because it might be confusing which mouse to use. I'm trying to think of why it keeps cutting me off, because you see, I'm trying to create curves and then it's like trumping me and making them points instead. But we're almost done with this outline. I think we got it closed up. Uh-oh. Okay, I got you. And it searched. Give me a second, please. Let me go ahead and close that off. Ah! Okay. Didn't want all that hard work to go in vain. All right, so outside selected. We're going to go with subtract the front shape. And now that we have the outside shape done, we're going to go ahead and start creating a new path. Getting rid of some of this inner part. This thing does not want to let me do my thing with these curves. Let's see, the code is, let me go back to my computer. Let's see here. And the messages. Okay, so the access code is 642-865, and then press the pound. 642-865 pound. Okay, let's see if we can get Sheena back. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can, okay, coming back. It's okay, Sheena. I'm here for you, so you take your time. And I'll wait to do the next step. I'm waiting on you. So if you want me to go ahead and tell you the next step, I can tell you. The only thing is I can't hear your feedback. So I think I'll let you go ahead and get back on the phone. Or what you can do is you can allow the audio from your computer. So how I have my audio on right now, from the bottom left hand side of the free conference call page, if you look, it has a mute audio and video. If you hit audio, it will let the audio happen from the computer.
Sheena.
Hey, you're back.
I didn't even get a warning that my phone was going dead. It just went dead.
It got tired, like how we do when we don't get a warning, we just pass out. That's cool. We got it together.
I'm so sorry.
No problem at all. Okay, so what I did get a chance to kind of close up the shape, and then once I closed the outside shape, I had to make sure you're either going to be on new layer, combine shapes. You can subtract the front shape. So what I did, normally you're on combine shapes, but what I did was I created this second little path while I was on subtract the front shape. And now we're gonna do a little bit of...
Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. So you was on subtract the front first, and then you added the second shape, and then you're doing combined shape?
Well, so it was already on combined shapes naturally, and then before I started making my second shape, I went to subtract the front shape because I know that I'm going to get rid of this area in between here. So I'm just going to real quick show you if I did a mask at this point in time, what it would do. I think I might have messed it up by doing both. Let me do exclude overlapping shapes because I think I went back and forth.
And this charge is so slow, Lord, please don't let this put back out.
Well, if you need to, at the bottom of the window, it'll allow you to do the audio through the computer. It's just sometimes a little messed up. So,
how do I get to the audio through the computer in case this goes out? Because it's not even, it's on 2%, but it's kind of staying there versus going up while I'm on the phone.
I got you. Go ahead, do on the bottom here. As a matter of fact, I think I see it. I think I can select it for you. Turn the audio on, and I'm going to say join with computer audio. Okay, and go ahead and say something. Okay, so turn off or you can turn the phone off, because if it's going to die anyway, let's test this theory out. And then see if I can hear you through the computer.
I had it on mute. Okay.
There we go. Okay, so now we've got feedback going on. Well, probably, is the phone still on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So now you can hang up on the phone.
Well, I can't hear you through my speakers.
Is your volume down on the on your laptop?
Oh, that's right. I muted it earlier. We're gonna get it together. All right.
Okay.
You're so patient.
Oh yeah, that's my job. All my life. Okay, so you have your audio on. Let me make sure I have my audio on. I'm good. So yeah, we should be good now. And we might hear a little slight echoing because we're both doing it on the computer, but we should be good.
Okay. All right. So you said that you did the delete from the behind or something like that.
Yeah, and I think I messed up because I switched it out while I was demonstrating it, and I think I did a bad thing. So I was trying not to have to redo this part, but I may have to redo it just to salvage the outside part. Yeah. So let's do this. Let me go. I don't have to go back to everything, but at least to this point.
Why is there dots on this line and the other one's all smooth?
Because it's basically, this is my second set of my second shape. So the first shape, I closed it off by clicking on it. You know, closing it off. Basically, you click on the same start point from the last of your endpoint, and it'll close it into a shape. If I do combine shapes, though, it's going to combine this all together. Let me just do that real quick and see what happens.
So you want the opposite of what it's doing. So would you do an inverse?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, why it's doing the inverse, because it shouldn't be. It should be doing the inside path. So let's do this. And this happens every now and then if I don't do this step appropriately. That's why I'm trying to see what I can do to recreate this issue. Oh, it's doing what it wants to do. Don't think I want to merge it.
See, this is the frustrating part to me that I can't understand about Photoshop. There's too many options after you select the point. I'd be so confused. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, normally all you're going to do is select mask, and it's going to pretty much give you a clean shape. The problem that I'm having, though, is that it's selecting the inverse, and I don't think there's any way to, yeah. Well, I'll make this a mask, and then I'm going to show you what you would have to do if you ran into this problem, because this is a kind of a issue that I don't want to have to show you right now, but hey, we're already here. So what we can do is go to, let's do the window, let's look for the paths.
Okay.
And basically, I'm trying to open this path window. I think yeah, there it is. Open it up over there. Put it here instead. And I'm going to save that as a path. We'll just call it path 1. And so I have the path selected. Go back to my layer. Let's delete that vector mask.
Okay.
Path 1, let's go ahead and you can make it a clipping path from here. You don't want to have to do all this though.
Yeah, because I don't have no clue what none of it even means. And I'm an analytical person, so it has to make sense in my brain.
Oh, I feel you. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like in my brain, I'm not sure why it selected the, and like I said, it could have had something to do with me changing, you know, doing a switch up in the middle of trying to create my path there. Let's do, we named it, we can make it a new path, but we can save as a working path. Also,
So what does this path do? I mean, I guess because I work in silhouette majority of the time, and so I know when I'm like paths and stuff, it does something. I really don't know the technical part, but it usually like joins the path, like joins the shape or something.
Yeah, that basically it's a shape that it's saving. You have an option also to make it a selection. I was trying to show you how to keep it vector. I didn't want to make it a selection because I wanted to show you how if you were to keep the nodes, you'd be able to move those nodes around and still keep your layers. This isn't giving me that option without having to basically redo all of the stuff we just did. So I'm showing you an alternate way to do it. I want to keep this though. So let's just go ahead and create a shape.
Okay.
I have no idea why it's creating the outside of the shape. You know what? Maybe that was when I did subtract the front shape. Maybe the layers are out of order and it considered this is the front shape. I'm not sure. Let me go back. I'll tell you what. Let me go all the way back to when I started this new path. We close that path out. And then I'm just going to do just a test here and go ahead and create a mask. I'm trying to close that up. Okay, so this one did perfect as far as keeping the outside shape. It didn't let me take out my inside shape though. So close the path, and I'm going to reselect what I selected before, which was to subtract the front shape. And this is what I was trying to show you before. If we start making a shape inside of the previous shape, we should be able to hit mask. That's where the problem is. So when I create this inside shape, it's not subtracting. Close the path, and I'm going to do exclude overlapping shapes instead and see if that one works. Alright, so one more time. And it's got a little delay on my end, so hopefully this is doing what we needed to do. And let's create a mask. There we go. Okay. Whew. So in this case, because we have outside selected here, we're going to do, if I close that previous path, we're going to do exclude overlapping shapes because when we did subtract from the front shape, it did not recognize that new shape we were making as the front shape. So we'll do exclude overlapping shapes, and then we should be in the money. So I'm going to start on a brand new path, but because I have the overlapping, subtract overlapping selected, it's still reading it as one layer. So it's not going to just create a whole new shape.
Okay.
And I'm trying to keep this curve going here. Like I said, this is the hard part, trying to get the details of the face and understand what's part of the face and what's part of the background. And I'll create a corner there and then start my curve. It's going to let me start a curve. Here we go. So we're almost in there.
I just want to turn my volume down so if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I forgot. You were turning your volume down. I was like, I was wondering why the mouse wasn't working. You got it? Alright. Alright, we'll try to finish off the round part of the ball here. And this curve it's not letting me make my curves. Come on, sir. Here we go. Alright, so now we have the inside shape created. We'll go to mask and hopefully this will do what we need to do. Okay. Now we don't have the goal, but at this point in time, I'm going to show you what we can do for that. But basically, in
that picture, I was thinking about that. Like, wouldn't it look weird if we added a random standing goal?
And here's actually what I do. Go to your layers. I would duplicate this layer, and I would find a way to use both the background and the foreground, and I'll show you that. So if I delete this this vector mask from the background and leave the foreground, I can pull the opacity down for the background, so the goal's kind of remotely there. And then you still kind of see the people and all just standing around. They all just standing there. Can't do nothing.
They crack me up doing that. I'll be cracking up at the background.
So if we kept something like this, then if we abstractly got rid of some of the edges so that it's not a hard edge image, I'm going to go ahead and show you how, if we can bring this whole thing in right now.
I tell you, you can't get no peace and quiet. The dog acting a fool. The baby's crying for no reason. Good Lord.
Yep, that's life. I promise you. It's gonna be something forever. All right, so because it won't let me do control, I was trying to control select both of these things, but because it won't let me do it, I'm just putting it in a little folder, and then I'm gonna make sure the background is below the foreground. And I'm going to take this whole group.
To put it in a folder? Did you just do Control G or something to group it in a folder?
Control G to group, or you can actually create a little folder down here, because for some reason my shortcut keys aren't working through this connection. So I just made a folder, but Control G is definitely what you want to do to group. Now what I want you to do is take this group, get your move tool, make sure you select it on your move tool, and I want you to drag this over onto your template. I'm sorry, grab the whole group. So ignore. If you had to drop it, it's okay.
So the whole group click here.
Okay. So now that the whole group is on there, it should have. Did it? I don't think. Did it grab the foreground and the background image? It says that's the group, but I don't see the other part to it. So let's delete that and let's try this again. I'm gonna make sure that this isn't in the group anymore. I don't know if I moved it or what. I think when you moved it, it might have dropped it in its own layer again. Go ahead and drop it in that folder. Or maybe I did it. I think I might have done that because I wanted to bring this layer in front. And I probably took it out of the folder when I did that. So do this for me. The one that has the mask, drag that layer on top of the other layer 0. Because it's lagging on my end. There you go. So it's still a part of the folder. Now, even though you have the folder selected, you can still drag from the artboard because you have your move tool selected and not your pen tool, right? So go ahead and pull this from this artboard to the new artboard. To the template artboard.
I thought you wanted me to do the whole group, so I'm just doing this one now.
Oh, you know what? You have auto select selected. That's what's going on. I knew something was off. Okay, so undo the move we just did. Did it allow you to undo it? Okay, so what you're doing, you see how up here in this left hand corner it has auto select on? This thing thinks it's helping you, but it's so aggravating. Go ahead and click that off.
Somebody else said keep it on at all times. I tell you.
Well, you know what it is. If you're not used to dealing with a lot of layers, the auto select is a cool feature because you could just click it and go ahead and go about your business. Now, there's another thing that you can do to where when you're auto selecting, you can hold down one of the keys and it'll select the next thing, the next best thing. But I work in a lot of layers and it's always selecting the wrong thing. So instead of the group, it selected that individual layer. So now you can drag this from the artboard onto your template, and it should drag the whole group.
Okay.
And then just drop it right on the artboard. And then go ahead and bring that group. Let's bring it. I think, well, that's where your images are, so you're good right there. Go ahead, well, you already have the corners on there, so go ahead and pull those corners out so you can get it what size you want it. Now, here's the thing. You don't necessarily, if you hold down the shift key, it won't stretch it disproportionately. Or if do you have your lock on? Yeah. So you'll have to hold down the shift key if you don't want it to kind of stretch out in any odd way. But once you get it to what size you want, hit enter.
I don't know what size I want. Do I want it this size?
Let's play with it this size, because depending on how many images you have, this is going to be either 4, 6, or 8, because obviously it's a, kind of even number type of thing going on. So now that you have that, hit enter to lock that size in, and I'm going to give you a suggestion of where to put this. We're on the move tool. All right, so I'm going to put the rim kind of right on the text, and I'm sure that this isn't, it's not Cowboys, is it? What's the mascot or the name you want to put here?
I don't know what's them Musketeers, I think.
Okay, so let's say we would have the word Musketeers going this way. The goal could kind of be coming off of this, so that when we start fading this background off, we're not really losing anything. All right, so now this background layer, you see
yeah, he's going to college, and this is his senior year. So should I use the Musketeers, or should I use the new college he's going to?
Well, that depends. If you're doing a senior shirt that pretty much commemorates him this year as a senior, I've seen people do their senior photos and then do the logo for the school they're going to. Or if he's taking pictures for that new school already, I've seen people use those and kind of do like a dual thing. So you can kind of use both sides of this and then do the high school on one side and the college on the other side. I think that would actually be pretty cool.
Pictures, yeah, but yeah, we can. However you suggest, because I don't have an app for this. I always say you can go with the logo. You can use the college logo, and that usually is how people let folks know like what school they've committed to. Just the logo in general. So that actually would be good. And you can even do the logo where it's kind of watermarked, so that it doesn't take away from the color scheme of the school that he's going to now, because a lot of times it'll contrast. But let me show you something here. If we want to keep this background always going with the same scale of the foreground image, go ahead and I want you to control select the layer 0 and the layer above it. And it's going to select both of them. Now I want you to hit this link down here, because it's going to link it and make sure that every time you resize one or move one, it's going to move the other. So those are linked. They're bound by chain, okay? So what we're going to do is take this, you see how the cowboy image has this watermarked image in the background? I want you to take the layer 0 that doesn't have the mask and drag it down until it gets to the watermark layer. And you're going to drop it in that watermark group. So yeah, pick up that layer. And go ahead and expand that background. The background folder. The background folder is at the bottom, above layer 19. Okay.
Just open up that folder, and that's more than likely where it is. Okay. So you're going to take that layer 0 and you're going to drop it into that background folder. There you go, and put it above whatever we're looking at right now. So put it above. You don't want to clip it just yet. Go ahead and put it above everything, like right up under the word background. Yep, right there. Okay. Now it watermarked it in background. Go ahead and cut off the football background and that stadium. Turn those two eyeballs off. and now you'll see that his image is kind of watermarked in that background. And I'm gonna, right now the opacity or the fill for this background layer is 37. Go ahead and crank that up to like 60 right now, so we can really see what we're working with. And it doesn't have to be exactly 60, just something so we can kind of see what we're going on. There we go. And then go ahead and start turning off the layers for the Cowboys football players. So you can just hit the eyeballs on them to disable them. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so now you see how I made it to where the background image also kind of is watermarked, but it still is there. So you see what he's dunking into without having to cut that out, and you still get the, you know, the reaction from the people in the background. But they're just not nearly as important. Let's see, I want to also make sure that this is clipping too. Now we want this layer 0 to clip down into the clipping mask. So take that layer 0 and drag it right underneath the football field image. And I want you to tell me what you see that happens different. Yep, right there, and just drop it. And what just happened just now? That you can notice?
Like blurred. I guess it took like the whatever blurry like shape that you have in the background and kind of blended it in.
Okay.
Like a mask.
Right, it's exactly, it's a mask. So what you did was you just clipped that, and that's what that little down arrow means. That means that whatever that image is clipped to whatever the final layer is underneath all of those little arrows, and there's a mask that's there. So that's exactly right.
Honey, I couldn't do it without you.
So you got, and what I would recommend you do, you see how this hard line is ending before the edge of this mask? I go beyond my mask because I want to make sure that I have no hard lines. You know, I can't stand when something looks like it was, you know, just cut off by the printer. I want it to look natural and like I intended for it to flow off. So that's perfect, just like that. And see how when you move the background, it also moved the foreground image, and that's because it's linked.
That's awesome.
So that's image number 1 already done. So
I'm scared.
So now the other images, this is what I do on Remove BG. As a matter of fact, let's try that. I want to show me what picture you want to do next, and we're going to try something here.
All right, so this one, let's see, they two different shapes. So I don't know which one is the better quality. Is there the way to check? Can I go to properties or something?
You can, if you just hover over it though. If you hover over an image, it'll tell you how many kilobytes it is. Yep, so that one is 40. That one is 91, so the 91 is going to be a little bit bigger. And it might just be because it's merely a taller image. So double click on that one. We're going to do something real quick just to give it a little bit of amp in size. Because I think it's still going to be a little pixelated. That was not too bad. So let's do this. Let's keep that one as is, and I want you to go to remove.bg, and we're going to do the remove BG version of it, and I'm going to show you how we can do the same thing. And you don't have to have the paid version. We can do the free download, whatever it'll let us do.
The paid version consists of.
I'm trying to tell you. But go ahead. Huh? What's that?
Is the paid version worth it?
Yeah, I purchase it. I use it all the time. Matter of fact, I use it most of the time for y'all's videos. So I don't be cutting out all them pictures for y'all. I throw them right on Remove BG, and then I fix them if I have to. So yeah, let's do remove background. As a matter of fact, you can just drag your image right from that folder, and you can drop it right onto this browser. Yep. And yeah, that one didn't do such a great job. I'm a little disappointed in that one, but it's also a smaller image. Now, where did you get this image from? Was it from Facebook or anything like that?
It might have been from Twitter.
Oh, that's why then. And so basically we end up with the same thing. We have to custom cut that one, but now I will tell you this too.
Get some good images because he had some really good images. Let's see with this one. Let's see if that's any better.
That's better, and we can still use some of this other. Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's go ahead and download this one because this is a screenshot too, I can tell. But at least this one I can show you how to play with it, how to work with it. So let's go ahead and download that one. And download it wherever you have your pictures, because we're going to bring in the original image and we're going to bring in this PNG at the same time. And I'm going to show you how we can do exactly what we just did in Photoshop with the remove BG image.
Okay, so what do I need to do right
just
now?
go ahead and, did you hit download?
You did.
Did I? And did it pop up a window?
It's down here.
Oh, it's just automatic. Okay, so go ahead and drag, matter of fact, go to the folder where that is. And I want you to drag the image, the PNG. Where did it save it?
I have no clue, but I could probably try this.
It probably went to your downloads.
But it's right here. I can just what? Man.
So I think you can drag that into that folder. You want me to show you something where you can look at 2 windows at a time?
I was trying to do that.
We'll let you snap. Okay, there you go. You can snap it. Okay. And now you should be able to drag it from one folder, from that location to that folder. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now I want you to have, you have that one selected. I want you to select the one with the background included. So, yep, control and select both of those. All right, now I want you to drag both of those into your Photoshop file. Now it looks like it might have deselected the PNG version. So select that little box, that little checkbox, and then yeah, pull both of them into Photoshop and drop it. We forgot to press enter the last time we edited that image. So hit enter while you're in Photoshop.
Oh,
and go ahead, yeah, go ahead and set that size, and then we'll drag in the new image.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I'll be like, why ain't it doing that?
Yep.
It'll do that.
Either that or it will make that annoying noise like dong, dong, dong. And you're like, what am I doing? Okay, so hit enter. And then when the other image comes in, you're going to hit enter again. And that's a little, oh, I know what Remove BG did. Because you don't have the paid version, it was a little bit bigger. If you have the paid version, it will give you this PNG in the exact same size as the original image. So you don't have to do any resizing. Like it will literally lay it right on top of it, same size. So yeah, I guess that is a feature to have in it as well. Let me do Control T here. Lock this. You see where you have this aspect ratio you can lock right there? That way you can't stretch it out disproportionately, and then you'll just have to kind of guess at the size to make it. This is not the optimal way to do it. Optimal way will be just to, you know, have the Remove BG feature. But you can, optically, you can kind of get this on too. It's not impossible. So use your judgment there to kind of stretch that out to where it fits precisely on top of that background image. And you'll probably have to resize and shift it. There you go.
I've been nudging for days trying to nudge it over there.
There you go. You got the terms right too. You know what you're doing. You nudge the mess out of it. If it works, it works. All right. So now you can hit enter to like.
So put it too far to the left, too far to the right, and I'll be over here getting frustrated. Like, dang it. Okay, so
it looks good.
Almost there, right?
Yeah. Go ahead and hit enter. I think that looks good.
They got double shoes at the bottom.
I do see a little double shoe.
So maybe it's too big. Okay, let's do.
No.
Yeah, it was actually a little too small. And then you should be able to shift it a little bit. Then Nike check the lineup. Yeah, it needs to be just a little bit bigger.
All right, this time I'll do it.
There you go, right there. You got it. Now hit enter. Hit enter before we lose it. All right, got it. So now what I want you to do is bring, now you see it just broke up your clipping path that you had there. What you could do, if you wanted that back, go ahead and select where the Cowboy Stadium was, and then select the next, hold down Control, and select the first, I guess the Cowboys one, and then select that layer 0. And then select the image 1291 with the background. Select that one, and you might as well, you can go ahead and select the one with the remove BG as well. So you want all of those things to clip down. So right click now on any of those words, and you're going to do create clipping mask. And it's now going to clip all of those down. Okay, so now what we want to do,
what does it mean to clip them down?
It clipped it all down to that black mask that we had selected before. See, when we dragged the images in, it broke that link, so it made them not be, not clip into that mask that we have selected. So we want that mask. But what happened was when we brought those images in, it broke that down arrow. Remember, we didn't see it. So what we did, we just healed that clipping path. So we just made it go have a clipping path from all of those objects all over again. And that happens when you drag an image in and you're not dragging it on the appropriate layer. It will break the links. It will break the clipping mask links. So you have to re-clip them.
Doing it, do I need to drag it in above where the links are?
Absolutely. I always tell people to drag your image in on top of the main photo that you want it to go on top of, and it'll always be right on top of that. And we're about to see that location now, because I want you to take that, the one that Remove BG did, and I want you to drag it up into our main image area where the other foreground photo is. And it'll automatically remove it from that clipping path when you do that. But this is where we keep going. Yep, keep going. And you'll see your other image active there. As a matter of fact, it should be right above where it says Group 1. Okay. Now, yep, and you'll take it and just drop it right above Group 1. Now, one thing we forgot to do is link them before we moved it. So now I want you, while you have that one selected, go back down to the background layer for that image, and I want you to link those. We should have linked them while they were right side by side. So Control click on that one, and then hit the chain at the bottom.
Oh, so I can't do
Yep, you can do it like that too. So now those are linked. I want you to move that image to the right hand side of the Cowboys words.
Okay.
And all we care about is him right now. So if the other players are in the way, that's cool. So we're gonna put him, and we're gonna make sure he's up at the top, so that mask is gonna eat up the outside of that image. There you go. And it's fine if it doesn't eat up the outside here. I got something for that, and I'm gonna show you that. So let's say we want him kind of how it was before, where we got the rim kind of close up. And my tool is not moving real well, so I probably need you to do this for me. Move his rim right where it was kind of more towards the C in Cowboys. There you go. And go ahead and drop it there. Now I'm going to show you something. As a matter of fact, you might even want to do this before. Bring it down. Yeah, there we go. So we can see the outside space. Do this before you even start shifting it around. You want to go to this background layer. Go ahead and create a layer mask there where it says add layer mask, and I want you to take your soft brush. So grab your paintbrush over to the left hand side, and right now you have a hard brush selected. So yep, select that brush and give me a soft fuzzy brush. Yep, that's it.
Does it say soft and fuzzy? Because
It says soft round brush. So now you should be able to, now if you hover over the screen, you'll probably see the estimated size of your brush. I can't see it. So see if it's possible you can see it. Yep. Now you probably want it a little bit bigger than that. So what I want you to do is hold down Control and Alt, and then I want you to use your right mouse button, and I want you to go left to right. Okay, so that if you're going left to right, that's changing the size, right? And then I want you to go up and down to create the softness or the hardness. So if you go up and down, yeah, give me that complete softness there. So hardness should be at a 0.
We already selected the softness.
So now you got it. So now what I want you to do on that layer mask, it looks like we created an extra layer mask there. And what just happened?
I don't even know. If I blink, I done hit something wrong.
Oh, you added another vector mask. Go back to where it says add a layer mask. Yeah, that should do it there. Vector layers. So some way it created a vector mask. So go back to your layers and let's see. You should just have one mask on that layer now. Okay, and make sure that you have that mask, that white layer selected, that white mask. Okay, you got to select it with your
seals and black seals.
Right. So make sure it's selected though, because right now you have the artwork selected. You want to actually select the mask. Yep, and you'll know because it'll have those corners going around it, letting you know. So now you have black selected. Go ahead and paint around your image and kind of get rid of that hard edge. That way, whether we use the whole picture or not, we're making sure we get rid of that hard edge. And if you ever need to change the size of your brush to make you feel better, you can change the size of the brush. And I just go all in. That little player don't matter to me. I don't know him.
Okay. Am I just going all the way around?
That way you're safe. No matter whether we blend this in with another picture or not, you've already made sure you don't have any hard lines, so you feel safe that you can move this anywhere you want. Okay, so you're good on that. Now I want you to move it back to how you had it placed before.
Up here?
And we can pull it down a little bit now, because now I'm not afraid, because you have you have your image faded off, so we can add what we want in the background and it won't drive us crazy to see that extra part of the image.
So where am I putting it at? I'm confused.
That's pretty good placement there. You can even back it up to nudge it to the right a little bit if you want to. If you want to see more of the player standing underneath them, you have a good amount of backboard space showing on that one. And then you see the word Musketeers kind of in the background there. So when you pull it out, you kind of get that look.
Okay.
Now what I would do is I would go to my foreground image now. And one thing you can do, instead of going on the layers, let me show you a trick here. Go to your artboard, and I want you to right click on the picture of him, on the photo of him on the artboard. And see how it gives you all the options of what you're touching right now? Go to image 1291, remove BG preview. Yep. And it'll automatically take you to that spot on the layer side. You see that? Okay. So you don't have to search for stuff. Like, you know, sometimes you're trying to find something, you have to open up every folder to figure out where it is. That's your shortcut way. So I want you to create a layer mask for that image. Yep. And now that you're on the layer mask, I want you to grab your paintbrush and I want you to paint out the extras, the external players. And you keep that same brush. You're good. You're good. You're just gonna you're just kind of fading them off. They're still on that background image. You're just making them not so important anymore. And if you happen, just like you just happen to go over his leg a little bit, we'll come back with the white and add him back in. So the player that has on the red, get rid of him a little bit on that right hand side.
All right, and I can do Control, Alt, and how do I make the brush smaller?
Just be a little loose right now. I'm gonna show you how to add it back. I just want you to get comfortable. You know, if you mess up, I want you to get comfortable using your white to bring it back. So now, let's say you took off a little more of his legs than you wanted to, which actually it looks good. But let's say you want to come back and bring in a little sharpness to the foreground image for him. Go ahead and instead of the black now, I want you to bring the white to the foreground. And you do that by that little switch arrow. Perfect. Now at this point, I want you to hold down, go back to your artboard, hold down Control and Alt, and then you're going to use the right click button to go left or right to change your size. And then now that you have white selected, you're going to be adding stuff back. So you want to be careful not to add any more of the red jersey back in. So when you paint with white on that area, it's going to bring back like his legs. See how it's bringing that sharpness back to the legs? It's not faded out anymore. And you're basically making him look like he's back in the forefront. Perfect.
I didn't even know I erased all that. I was going to 10.
Yeah, and it's just because it just lightly, like it's like an airbrush effect. It just lightly takes it off and it builds on it because you were using that super soft brush. But now it just makes him look like he's popping out. The players in the background are kind of in the background. And you kind of have a way that you can use the background of the image without them being the focal point and without it looking so busy. So you have an opportunity to add a couple more pictures down there. And then eventually maybe you'll resize these images to where you only need 4 photos and this design will be complete. So
we're going back to the pictures?
Huh?
Are we going back to the pictures now?
Yeah, go ahead and find your 2 more photos.
I don't know. I guess this one is good. He's kind of going up in the air some, and he's grabbing a rebound. I don't know. This one.
I think that's a good one because if you get something that have a little focal like that 1293, that are a little more zoomed in, then it gives us an opportunity to see a little bit more close up, and you can make that image bigger. Now, what about I see 1283 at the top there where he's dribbling. Is that him also where it says post?
Yeah, he's about to take a shot, but it had that water mark in the middle. So I didn't know.
See what size it is. Go ahead and click on that one. Hover over it. Let me see what size it is. Let's go with that one. I like that one. Let's see if remove BG will do us some justice on that. And I'm gonna show you what to do with these little watermarks and stuff.
Okay. Let's go back. Okay, actually, I'm gonna get back to that for a second.
Yeah, I think you can. And matter of fact, you can drop those photos on there, and you don't have to download all of them. You can just see which ones cut out better, and then maybe that could be your criteria on which one to use.
So I can do more than one.
You have to do it one at a time, though. For some reason, they don't let you drop multiple files. You have to drop one file at a time. But you can do your split screen and drop them in and see what they look like. And see, that's a good photo. The Duncan photo is a good photo. And that's a cool one, being that it's black and white though. But yeah, that shows him up in the air, in action. Now the fact that it removed some of the photo that we don't want it to remove, I think that's fine. We'll be able to bring that back. As a matter of fact, I'll show you how you can do it within Remove BG. So go to that photo where he's hanging from the rim. And I want you to go to Edit instead of go to Edit on that one. And we're going to where it says Erase and Restore, the right hand side. And we're going to restore first. So hit the word restore. And I want you to get the inside of his calf muscle and that leg. Go ahead and fill that back in. And you can change the size of the brush to make it a little bit smaller if you feel like it's grabbing too much. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, now this is really hard for me to do on Remove BG. I can't stand it the way it looks. And you can select a little bit more and then erase what's extra because you don't really know what's there. So basically you're going to end up adding it and then resubtracting it.
What is it?
That's the background. The yellow. Yeah. So now you have his shoe, you see his background, you can go ahead and grab a little bit of that leg over there.
Where am I missing? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that whole leg is missing right there. As a matter of fact, give me a second. Let me see if I can turn the background on so it'd be easier to see. Hold on.
Girl, he would have. Oh, now I see it.
Yeah, his foot just floating.
He's like, oh, the whole leg fooling me. Okay.
And some people find this easier to do with, with the stylus as well. I probably would not do this with a mouse at all. It's just really hard to do. So now that you have his feet added in there, looks like a little bit of the ball is missing. You can add that back. And we can, I say clean it up in Photoshop, but you can clean it up on this program too. You see how hard it is to actually like stay in the lines when you're using this, when you're using the mouse? Okay, so let me try my little hand at it real quick just to see if I can get some of this stuff out of the way. I'm gonna erase this little background out of here. Get rid of this little data right here. And even with the mouse, it is almost impossible to really get around here. I don't care if you choose the smallest brush size, unless you have like one of those styluses and you're doing this on the iPad, this is gonna take way too much time. So I leave it like this. I might bring a little bit of that rim back.
Otherwise, he just looking like he hanging off a monkey bar. I don't know.
But that's cool because we're going to do the same thing. We're going to bring some of the background in, let it be kind of watermarked, and then we'll let the foreground be him just hanging. So it'll draw more attention to it. So from here, we can download this as is. Go ahead, download that one. I know where the shoes are messed up, but we're going to clean that up on Photoshop because I can't stand cleaning it up on this program. But at least like the main parts of the image, like his arms and everything, is already pretty much cut out for us.
Do we want to look at another picture?
Yes,
another we can do while we're in there.
Oh, go ahead. Did you hit download image again? Because I think you have to hit this one twice. Okay, you did it. Go ahead, click out of that one, and then click X again, and then let's see. The other image was, that one's good, but it's black and white, and the rest of them are color, so I'm afraid that one will stand out a little too much. Let's use this one. Go ahead and hit download on that one. All right, so same thing here. Make sure that before we drag anything in that we are on the top layer so we don't disturb our clipping mask or our clipping path.
So how do I make sure that I'm on the top of the layer?
You are. As a matter of fact, you're in your foreground players. So you're already on your foreground players. When you bring all of that in, go ahead and select 4 images. You got to select the 2 backgrounds for those 2 PNG images. And I think you have to pull them into that folder again so we can pull them in together.
Oh Lord, I don't even know where I'm at. Wait a minute. Okay. And he also was the #1 rebounder in the state. I wonder if there's a way we can incorporate that in there.
Yes, you can. Right over that watermark, ma'am. Find something to put there. Find a word or something to distract. And maybe you have a picture of him rebounding, but I mean, just the fact that he's at the rim, it kind of says it all anyway. Okay, so now this is what I'm going to show you. We know the size of the original image, so to bring these in the exact same size, we're going to cheat because we're not doing the paid subscription in Remove BG. But I want you to see that we can go to, let's see, for the one where he's hanging off the rim, where's that image, the original one? Right, capture right there. All right, so if we hover over capture,
I found it. Where is it at?
Right here at the left. Okay, so hover over capture. We're going to see the dimensions is 855 by 542, right? So double click on the remove BG version of that image. 855 by 542. Double click that. Oh, it's opening in there. So close out of that and right click, open with. And go to open with Photoshop. And just say OK. Go to image size. So at the top where it says file edit, go to image and go to image size. A little bit up, up, up. There you go. And then we said the width was 855. And it should pretty much change. And then you don't have to change the other one. Just say OK. Now go ahead and close that, exit out. And if it says, do you want to save, say yes. Now I want you to bring in both of those images and see if they bring in at the same size. They should theoretically be the same size now. And then you want to bring in the image with the back. It's right to the left of it, to the left of the capture. Yep. Oh. And go ahead and drag that into Photoshop, drop it on the artboard. Okay, and go ahead, don't resize it, just hit enter. Just hit enter. And then the next one's gonna come in. Dag nabbit, how did this one come in bigger than the other one? Okay, just hit enter, and then this time I guess you're gonna have to use the background. And like I said, the paid version of Remove BG makes them the exact same size. So every single time you deal with them, they can be layered right on top of one another. So that itself might be a reason to pay. It's $9 a month. I use it, so that might be worth it to you. But if you're not cutting out that many images, it might not be worth it.
Well, I don't see the other image. Where's the other image at?
Capture. It was the first one that came in. You can Control T. And see, it's just smaller. So make it bigger so you can see how to match it up. And go ahead, escape, and make sure that you choose that that lock the aspect ratio. Okay, so now do Control T. And before you start moving it, go ahead and lock that little chain, the aspect ratio in the middle between the width and the height up top. Right here. Can you see where I'm moving the mouse? Between the 100 and the 100, yep, maintain aspect ratio. Now when you stretch it out, it will maintain that aspect ratio. There you go.
Close.
And you can kind of use your visual cues just to, like that line that's in the background. There you go. Oh, I was just looking at the bleachers and stuff. If the lines in the bleachers are lined up, then I think you got it. But I think it needs to be, background needs to be a little bit bigger because that ball is smaller in the background than the ball is in the foreground.
Okay, can you tell the difference now?
I think I see a little. Well, you know what? I can't tell. Shift it down a little bit or nudge it down.
I can see now.
And if you end up doing this effect a lot, then it may be worth it to get the Remove BG just so that it keeps everything in the same aspect ratio. Not the same aspect ratio, but the same actual size.
Because it is time consuming.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, now I can't tell anything else I'm missing.
And it's because we haven't cleaned up those shoes, but we'll see. Sometimes you'll end up not using a part of a graphic, so you're going to waste time trying to make it perfect. So just hit enter, and we'll still link them. Make sure that you choose the capture foreground and the capture background, and go ahead and link those. So
you're moving too fast. Okay, so you said go ahead and link these.
yeah, hit enter
This
though to
one,
lock in your size change. I think. Did you already hit enter? Okay, got it.
no ma'am.
Okay, so yeah,
Okay,
control
this
click
one,
both of those.
link
Later.
down here.
And just move it to a location that I think. Let's see. Definitely want to see them hanging off. And you can go ahead while you're here, while you have it in the middle, go ahead and fade off, add a layer mask to the background capture, and go ahead and fade off those edges before we start pushing it to the edge of the image. And create your layer mask. You got it. And grab that black paintbrush. Now,
I have a little thing right here.
yep, you got it. And Control Alt, right click and make it bigger. There you go.
Okay, what about my fade off?
You just all those edges. You don't need them. Everything around it. So then that way, when you figure out where you want to put it, you don't have to worry about taking off any of the edges. And this is an easy way when you're getting ready to collage stuff. This is a way for you to figure out where you're going to do your placement, because everything has soft edges, right? So you can collage this right where it is, and it looks like it melts into the other pictures, right? So now you can go ahead and use your move tool, and you can move this wherever you think it would look good. Matter of fact, yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he looks good if he's hanging off the words. That looks cool.
Well, how did it do it?
I'm not sure. Oh, sometimes if you pull it off the board, it won't recognize that you picked a place for it to go. Okay. So that was good.
So what do you think about right there?
I think it looks good right there. And I think you'll be able to do your other image. So go ahead, let's bring in the other two. If we got to match them up, that's just what we have to do. I was trying to figure out a clever way of making them the same size, but that didn't quite work. So let's bring in the remove BG version with the original background. And let's go ahead and drag those in. And hit enter. Yeah, go ahead and do your best to line those up. And yeah. Now see what happens if sometimes you can lock it while you're stretching it, and it'll go back to its locked version. But do Control T so you can get back to transforming it. And then just make sure you hit that link in the middle up there. Yep.
Why don't it just automatically do it? Sheesh.
It does. Do you have your CC updated? Because the newest one does automatically do it, but there's a way that you can change the settings in your preferences so that it automatically does that first. And it took years for Photoshop to realize that people would rather stretch their things by ratio than to be able to just willy-nilly stretch it out. So they made that update.
I can't update.
Oh, we don't have to discuss that online. Don't worry about it.
I can't get rid of the in this stuff.
Hey,
I have to deal with it.
Well, you got it. So
okay, so I can keep trying to do that. It's just so slow sometimes when I'm moving.
yeah, I know it has something to do with the file size, and we're doing this online program right now. Probably is eating up some RAM as far as the computer processing. So
well, it does that normally. That's why I told y'all I'll be nudging it,
right,
because it just be silly sometimes.
Well, I think you're you're doing a great job, and I think your resources are good enough to where you're able to get this done. I know I'm a speed person. I have like 2,000 windows open at a time just because I'm waiting on one to load, and I just can't sit there and do nothing and look at something.
I did try some bananas. I'd be like, hey, what else I gotta do?
But that looks good right there. What you think? A little bit. There you go. That's it.
Which areas still like? What about the tongue of his shoe? Do you think it's good there?
Honestly, I think that looks good right there. And like I said, you'll see when you're using your details. When we fade off these edges, we might not even see the background area where his shoes are. So I think for what it looks like right now, it looks good. So go ahead, hit enter, and make sure you link those two layers. Yep. And now I want you to Control T so you can transform both of those at the same time. Shrink it down to about the size that you think we're going to use it for. And I'm thinking it'll go good on that left hand side. Make sure you're holding down Shift. Just hold down Shift. You don't have to. I was gonna say if you're already in the mode, if you hold down Shift, even if you stretched it out, it'll snap it back. So hold down Shift and see if that works for you this time. Yep, that you're holding down Shift, right? And it's not stretching?
Yes.
Okay. So looks good there. You can hit enter. All right, so for this one, I want you to drag it up a little bit so we can go ahead and fade off those edges. Get that done with. Don't bring it quite to the edge yet because you're going to fade it off first. And fade off that background layer. So go ahead and add a layer mask just to the background though. The background post. Layer mask. Nope, that's a new layer. You can Control Z if you don't want to keep that. The layer mask looks like the China flag. You got it. You're getting a little tired on me. It's okay.
Honey, I've been up, and look, I get excited about this, so wake me up soon. But honey, as soon as we get off of this, I'm gonna be out.
Well, and the good thing about it is you're almost done. So grab your soft brush and go ahead and fade off those edges on the mask layer.
Okay, I need that control. I need to take off his head.
And see, it's the background layer, so it doesn't even matter if you get that because his head is in the foreground, right?
Oh, I'm telling you, you just be the bomb. You're gonna get tired of me because I'm doing one-on-ones. I get so frustrated. I know how to fix stuff. You should have seen me trying to figure. I still ain't figured out how to use that daggone t-shirt template. I couldn't figure out how to print or nothing. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
But you know what? You brought up a good point that if you have your own, the reason why I combined it is because I used to have every size on a different layer, and people would get confused when they want me to print their stuff. So they would say, well, do I send you a different file for each size? And they can, but I just tell them, hey, to keep it simple because they were getting confused. I said, just design it. If everything fits on the smallest one, then I can print this big print and I'll send you, because if I'm shipping a print, I'm going to ship them, the 3X version of it, so they can use with any size shirt that they need to. But if I'm printing a shirt and I'm actually pressing the shirt, then of course I want to save ink, I want to save paper, so I'm going to print it on a smaller size. So I might print 10 of the small mediums, maybe 12 of the extra large, and maybe only 2 3Xs. So I understand exactly what you're saying there. All right, so that looks good. So now you can bring. There's still like a sharp edge right here, but I don't know what it's coming from. You know what it is? It's from the very first picture we brought in because we didn't fade off the edge of that picture. Remember? So that's a good point. That's a good point. Go ahead and bring the background image for him posting and the background image for his hang time. Bring those down to the background layer now, and you can Control select each of those. Basically, you can tell because they have much at once. I'm a little slow when it comes. Okay, so bring in which background? The one where he's hanging. So, and you can tell because they have layer masks on them, and the layer mask versions, they deserve to be in the background layer. So go ahead, hold down Control and Don't select the icon, don't select the thumbnail, select where the words are. That says capture. Yep. And then go ahead and drag those 2 layers into your background.
And that was another folder. Okay, it's in there.
You're going to drag it, and you're going to keep dragging it until you get it to where it's going to clip. And bring it below something that's already clipped. So bring it below the Cowboys.
Below Cowboy Stadium?
That way it'll automatically clip it in place. So you see how now it's got, like, you see the background, but it's not really important. And see now also his shoes that we were trying to figure out whether we want to do something with his shoes. We don't have to do anything with them. We can pull that image out a little bit so that we get more of him, and maybe those shoes go behind the words. So you get to pick and choose when you want to be finicky about your cutouts. So now we do see that the top left image has a hard cut edge to the background image. So let's find that one. I think that was called layer 0. Let's click on that one.
I was trying to do the little trick you showed me. Why is it doing that?
Oh, right click. Oh, because you're not on the move tool. You have to be on the move tool to do that. Yep. Right
okay,
click.
So I think really layer 0.
And it's selected. So go ahead and add a layer mask to that one. Good deal. And get your paintbrush tool and go to work.
I don't need to do any on those sides, right?
No, you don't have to. Like, if you notice you see sharp edges again, then you go find them and clean them up. But that looks really good. And now you can play with sizes. So maybe your top 2 images you can make a little bit bigger now because you have space where you can run one image into the other now. You see what I'm saying? So once you get your generic layout together, then you start resizing your photos and figuring out where your focal point is going to be. So now the previous image had 6 players. I think the Saints version of it, now you're able to use 4 images to capture what you need to capture.
Let's have this watermark and no rim, and this thing around his shoes.
Right. So what I would do is the image where he's hanging from the rim. Go ahead and bring that to the right a little bit. And if you go, yep. Bring it to the right. Even if it doesn't have a rim, it's okay because what we can do is kind of place it behind. Yep. I'll even show you how we can kind of replicate a rim if we needed to. But you also have the option. He's a senior, right? So you can put the words like class of 20 on there, and that will cover up where the rim is. You can be creative. You don't have to like literally Photoshop the elements in there, which is what I could show you to do. But just like the area that has the watermark, get creative and put like #1 rebounds in the state or whatever. Just get creative, and by the time you add those layer effects, you're basically the drop shadow and the outlines and everything, nobody's going to see that watermark there. Now there's some other tricks I can show you where you basically paint the watermark away by using the clone stamp tool and the healing brush. Those are some advanced tools that'll basically take away some of those things. So it's just up to you how you want to do that. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking bring that size down a little bit for the hanging on the rim picture.
Because I'm wondering why he's like...
Make sure you hold down shift. Don't undo it, just hold down shift. Did you lock it? Hold down shift and see if it snaps back. I think it snapped back. There you go. And that should be good. Good enough to now when we pull that image to the right. We should be able to, here we go. You get enough of the image. Now he's not overlapping the image on the other side. You have his shoes in there, but I'll help you clean his shoes up. But now we don't have to worry about cleaning up the ball because the ball is there, but it's not really that important.
Why it look like his rim is so far away? Like, what happened here? Did I not size them to get? Yeah, because you can kind of see a little bit of his arm. Like the background and the foreground ain't lined up correctly.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, that is what it is. So if that's the case,
So, 'cause it looks like you got another arm hanging on by the rim, and the rim that's in color is like far away from the other rim.
I got you. And I can't really see that, but I can see the arm. You zoom in a little bit. Okay, I see exactly what you're saying. So if you hit enter right now, you did resize it. And it's linked. So basically you have to unlink it in order to change one without changing the other. So I don't know if you want to change the background or the foreground. Go ahead.
Maybe the background.
Did you already hit enter to lock in that size change?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now hit the link button in order to unlink it. So right now it's linked. If you hit the not that one, go ahead and put that one back on. That's the link to the mask. You want to hit the link at the bottom of the layers panel. Yep, that's it. So now you can move the background and the foreground independently. So go ahead and change. I guess we're on the background layer. Go ahead and resize that one, and make sure you hold down Shift or that you do Control T. There you go, and you can lock that aspect ratio at the top, or you can just hold down Shift.
And I'm on the background.
So I think you want to make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Yep, and that looks good there. Looks like it's matching up. I'm glad you caught that.
Okay, I think it's better.
Okay, so now you can hit enter if you want to lock that in.
And then click back on.
Now you have to go back to. Now let me show you this. Instead of sifting back through the layers, you already have the background capture selected, right? If you right click on the photo, hold down Shift, and then right click on the photo, and then go ahead and do the capture remove BG preview. That automatically selected both of them, and now you can hit the link at the bottom of the layers panel and it relinks them. So that way you don't have to go sifting back through it to find the foreground image again. So they're linked. So right now if you move them around, they should move together. That's it. So we would have to clean up his shoes. Let's see. Find something to put over the watermark. If you want to clean that watermark up, let me see because with the lower resolution images, it's really hard to clean the watermarks because it's using pixelated data. Let me see if I can do it with the healing brush. Let me see where your healing brush is. Let's see. So these are some of your extra stuff. So you have a healing brush, you have a spot healing brush. Just use a spot healing brush and see what happens. We have to be on this layer, so I'm going to make sure that we are on the foreground layer.
With most of these pictures being pixelated, is the image still going to come out clear?
However it looks when you're looking at it full scale, that's exactly how it's going to print. So when you see these pixels at this smaller size, now the good thing about sublimation onto the knit fabric, the t-shirt, is you're not going to see a lot of these pixels, but it's also not going to be exactly crisp either. So you just have to choose, choose which one you'd rather deal with. More than likely, you're going to get a good look if this is a 13 by 19, but if you try to do this as an all over, you will more than likely see the pixelation occurring.
Okay.
Let's see what I'm doing here. I'm using the spot healing brush, trying to see if it's going to pull. What it does is it pulls pixels. It makes it content aware, the sample all layers. I'm on a new layer right now, so I'm not messing up my layer behind it. And my brush is kind of big right now, so I can decrease the size. But do you see it's kind of trying to take away the letters a little bit at a time?
Mm-hmm. Right. And you on the spot healing brush?
Yeah, this one is a spot healing brush. Now there's also, you see it's content aware, so it's picking up the pixels from the background and saying, hey, what can I do to make this match with the background? And we've kind of already, done a little magic here. But like I said, the lower the resolution, the harder it's going to be for it to really guess what to put in that place. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting a little bit before what I want to erase and a little bit after.
Okay.
And then it's kind of picking pixels around it. So of course, as a disclaimer for this live, the optimal thing is to contact the person who owns the copyright and get the original pictures. But you're printing this for personal use, so you should be good. So see how it kind of blurred that face right there, but that looks better than the text going through it. Mm-hmm. Now the hard part is going to be when you get to go over this ball area, because it's going to be very difficult for it to detect where to put the lines, and there's words there that it's going to be missing. So this is where I say find something creative to put over this area, because you're not going to make that just totally disappear and work, as you can see right here. But I'm not destroying my original picture.
Real magic in here, huh?
Not like this. Now you can go in, just like somebody can airbrush a photo, like airbrush on a shirt. You can airbrush these individual elements and make it look, just like this never happened. But that takes artistic skill, and or you can take, you could take a ball from somewhere else and replace the ball that's in his hand. And that just takes a little time. And that's why I say sometimes it's easier just to contact a photographer, ask them, hey, how much for my digital prints? This is my child. First of all, they have to have a release in order to have pictures of your child. So if they don't have a release to have pictures of your child, you can say, technically, you have no right to have photos of my child. So we can work this out, one way or the other.
Yeah, I ain't never know who he is. So yeah. I just know he's doing a lot of them, so I could try to contact.
Yeah, and I would. And a lot of times, like I said, they'll
watermark photos because I only had so much time before we had to meet up. So
right. So in this case, like I said, it's getting a little messier in this area, but at least for the most part, you have that taken away. And then, like I said, I would add like one of his accolades right there, or something like right over that area, just so that you aren't, you aren't putting way too much time into that. And I think I see something down here. I may have. Oh no, that must be on the photo. But you can also, that same spot healing brush, I see like there's some might have come from the ball. I don't know if that's a shadow or maybe the ball hit his tights and made a mark there. So you use the same tool to kind of make that white again. Make sure you're picking the pixels before and after it. And it's kind of shifting that, cleaning that up. And then now it's a lot less noticeable. And now it looks more like a shadow than a stain. So like I said, that's up to you how how you want to play with this. If you want to cut out a whole new ball and put there just because you really want to show that ball, that's up to you. But then the ball that you put in there is going to be a higher resolution than the image, and it's going to look fake. So then you have to find a low resolution ball or make the ball look like it's low resolution. And like I said, my fix to that, if I were doing this, especially for a client, is I would find, matter of fact, I would put his signature name there.
Everybody's thinking that calls himself Rod Bucket, Rod 23.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. That way you have a purpose to it, and it looks like it serves some type of purpose. Some people like to put a signature style font. That way it makes it look like it's intentional. You know how Jordan has his signature on stuff. Just put his name and then put the number 23 underneath it, and it'll look like a signature. Add a stroke to it. Matter of fact, you could take this. This is what I like to do when I'm working in a file. I'll take like this Who Dat Nation, because it already has some type of effect to it. I'll hold down Alt, and I don't think it's holding down Alt on my end. It's not. So do me a favor, hold down Alt and click a version of that Who Dat Nation above it. You know, make a copy if you hold down Alt.
Oh yeah, okay.
So it's just duplicating that, and then go ahead and double click that T on the layers panel, the T for text. Double click that, and go to your character over here, and pick some type of like script or something different, something that might look like his signature. Probably a little more like handwritten. Well, go ahead, and I'm gonna tell you there's some settings on here we have to change. So go to like the one that says beautiful lovers personal use. You can click on that, or anything that's script. Click that. And then right now I have a few things going on here. You see the 2 capital T's? Click on that. That'll take off your caps lock or your all caps. And then the other thing is, right now you see where the VA is, that's the spacing between the letters. Click on there on the 300 and make it 0. You hit enter. Oh, you know what? I don't think it was changing what we were working on. Yeah, let's change those settings again. The VA, choose 0 for that one. And then take off the all caps. And you know, now you can get to kind of see, okay, if I put something like that over that placement, now you have an idea when it has a stroke and a drop shadow, what it really covers up. So go ahead, put what name you want to put up there. Just you can double
what's going on the bottom.
Whatever you're gonna put to cover up the ball. You can go ahead and close out this character up here, and then that way you can see what you're working on. Yep, just go ahead and do these double arrows here. It'll collapse it. Yep, and double click on the T where it says Who Dat. Double click on the T though. Go ahead and hit escape. Hit escape so you don't lock that in. There you go, and double click on the T. There you go, and now you can start typing. Now, right, so you know the 23, this is a free for personal use font, so you know they like to hide some of those characters from you. So if you did ride buckets and then maybe 23 in a different font, you could do that. But now if you place that over that ball, you kind of get an idea of what your look is going to be like. You see, now it's a lot less noticeable that you even had anything right there.
It's doing what it wants.
Yeah, it was just taking a little minute, but I think I heard you hit enter, so yeah, I should have locked that down. So, yeah, just a couple of options of things that you can do with that.
Now I know his colors. What about this big cowboys in the middle? I know those aren't his two colors. Obviously, they're green and gold.
Right. So so let's do that next. Now the Cowboys, if you right click on the Cowboys, you'll see that it's a SVG word mark. However, what we can do is go ahead and type. Let's see. You said Musketeers is his logo, or that was Musketeers. So go ahead and get your type. Get your type tool and go ahead and type anywhere on the artboard that there's no text, and type in Musketeers. It might be really hard to see it right now because it's so small, but if you just type, it's at 3.49 points, so that's why. It's going to be almost impossible to see it. But even if you misspelled it, we'll see it when we make it bigger.
Okay, I did it.
Okay, so now when you click off of it, click onto layer 23, because that's where it started. Okay, now it says Musketeers. Now we're going to go ahead and go up to the character. Yep, character panel. Change that size. Right now it's at 3.49. Change it to like 60 or something bigger so you can see it. Okay, and now might be the time where you want to change the font. So if you want it to be more of athletic font, you could choose an athletic font because it's going to be going vertically. So you want it to be something that's clear to read. So I would choose more like a block font, some type of serif or sans serif font.
So it's going straight across, even though I had it's a vertical tool.
Yeah, but the vertical tool is gonna type the text going up and down. If you wanted to look how, see, Musketeers is spelled vertical text wise. This one is just rotated vertically. You see the difference? So if you want Musketeers to be spelled going down, then you use the vertical type tool. If you want it how Cowboys is, then you would type it regular and then you would just rotate it.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, so I have a place where you can just type in the text.
Some of them, that one right there is good. Whatever you had, the athletic.
That was an accident.
There you go. I'm telling you, these accidents be making it work. So now I want you to do Control-T. You're going to transform it. And then you're going to go to the corner. And once you get up to that corner, it turns into like a rounded double arrow. And once you get to that rounded double arrow, I want you to hold down Shift while you're controlling it, and it'll lock it into 45 and 90 degree angles. So hold down Shift, undo that, do Control-Z. There you go. There you go. And now once it locks it into the 90 degree position, you can hit Enter. And then Control-T again, and then resize it. Make it as big as you want it to be. And then I'll show you how to just copy and paste. Now keep in mind you didn't have Shift held down, so it's going to stretch it disproportionately, but this is text, so you can kind of make it do what it do. All right, and that's about the scale there. If you want to place it over and hit Enter. What I would do at this point is go ahead and copy the layer style from the Cowboys. So I want you to select the Cowboys layer. Okay. And then right click. You're almost there. Right click, and I want you to do Copy Layer Style. Okay. And then turn off the eyeball for the Cowboys layer because you don't need to see it anymore. And then we're going to right click on the Musketeers layer. And then you're going to do Paste Layer Style. Down, a little bit down. There you go. Keep going. Right there. Okay. So now it gave you the same look, but with blue, of course. And you can change that color. Just go to the gradient overlay, and I want you to double click that where's the effects. Yep. And right now it's got a blue gradient. Instead of changing that whole gradient, let me show you a trick that you can do. Go ahead and turn on one of those color overlays. Okay, and then I want you to click on the word color overlay. Just right next to the checkbox. And then I want you to shift this window over to the right a little bit so you can see more of your image, because I'm going to show you how you can grab one of your green colors. So click on the black color swatch that's there where it says normal. Click on that and go ahead and select a green for Miss Jersey. And you can actually hold down the thing and then drag it around and see which green you want to keep. If you hold down the mouse button while you're dragging around, it'll show you actively what colors you're selecting. Now I don't know if the color is like a true green or if it's more like a hunter green.
Well, I don't see nothing changing as an active color. It's the same.
Are you holding down the left mouse button, not the right, the left mouse button? Just the regular mouse? Are you pressing it down? There you go. If you hold it down, it should actively change it, but it might not be. So if that's the case, you can just click different areas and see which green you want to pick.
Okay.
And it should update it on the preview.
A little bit.
And like I said, I don't know from the photos whether this is like a true green, like an average green, or if it's more like a forest green. But I'm sure because y'all look, wear the shirts for the school. It looks like it might be more of a standard green. And if it doesn't give you the exact color that you want, what I do is I use the color picker to get close to a color, and then I'll tell myself, I know it's not that yellow, and I'll drag it away from yellow. I'll drag it more towards the green area. And then you can pull.
Well, I know on this. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think it's more of a standard green. I don't know why the green looks so like hunter green on here, but this is more of the colors that I see all the time.
Okay, and there's a way I can show you. You can brighten up the green in that darker jersey. I can show you how to brighten it up too. So, for instance, I think let me see if I can pick a color real quick that I think I see. It'll let me. And then if you want to bring it a little brighter, is that about the color? Is it a little bit darker, a little bit brighter? Because see, it has to look how it's looking on your monitor, because on my monitor it's a copy of what you see on your monitor. So however it looks best to you is probably going to be how it prints, because your printer is going to go off of the settings on your monitor.
I guess a little bit brighter.
Okay, so if we want to go brighter, I can go up. Is that about it, or brighter?
I think so.
Okay, so let's say that this is it, and then by the time you compare it with anything else, then you'll have an option to kind of go back and play with that. But that's just to give you an idea that you can change this. There's a stroke that you can change as well if you didn't want it this silver around it, if you wanted it to be that yellow instead.
I think it to be more like a yellow gold.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's go to our backstroke. We're going to add a duplicate of it, and then I'm going to shift it up above everything else.
What's a backstroke? What do you say backstroke?
Oh, this stroke here, it's just a stroke. I was saying what it did when I hit the plus sign. Watch this. When I hit the plus sign, it adds a copy of it. And I was calling it the backstroke because it was the back. I have several strokes on here, so it's the backmost layer stroke. So if I take the one that's in the very back and I move it up 2 times, matter of fact, you do that. Hit the arrow 2 times. Okay, it brought it above everything else. And instead of a gradient now, go to gradient and choose color. All right, and then we're going to go to the color. Click on the color swatch. And choose, see if you can grab a yellow. I know it's going to be really hard to get a yellow, but you can manually make a yellow, or you can pull the yellow from Miss Jersey. Is it that gold color, like a athletic gold?
Yeah, with the bright green is more of a yellow, but with the dark green it's more of like a old gold or athletic gold or whatever.
So let's say we want to choose something in between. I would kind of, and these colors are really hard to pick also because the pixels are it's so pixelated. So if you were going to choose a color, I would say just kind of grab something and we can modify it. So I'm pulling it down closer to the oranges, and then that way you can get something in between. That's why I like working with gradients. When you do gradients, you can almost say, yeah, that color's in there somewhere. If you do straight spot colors, you guaranteed to miss probably 80% of the time, unless you know what their spot colors are and what their team colors are. So right now I have it on the fill type is color. The blend mode is normal, but we're going to change the blend mode to color. And let's see, it kind of grabs where that silver was and it colors it gold. Let's see what the other blend modes are. So darken, and I'm just using my arrow to go down where the blend mode is, and I'm just seeing which blend mode is going to give me my most favorable look.
Okay, so let's change it as you click the down arrow.
So it's on screen right now, color dodge, and basically I'm playing with how it interacts with the gradients below it. Lighter color, I think lighter color is working well. And colors just kind of adding a gold instead of a silver look is making it look gold, but it's making it look more metallic gold. So
which is, that's fine if it's a metallic.
So let's say we go with overlay, and then the stroke underneath it is the one. It has a little black and white. I'm trying to change the angle so you can see clearly what it's doing. Here we go. Let's do -180. Didn't mean to do that. Do me a favor and double click on one of those strokes. And what we want to do is, let's move this sort of out of the way so we can see. You can change the scale of this gradient. You can change the angle of the gradient. As you can see, like as I'm changing it, I kind of see a little bit more. I'm gonna take off the very last stroke so I can really see what's going on with this black and white.
So is the black and white the black and white's the gradient?
There's two different gradients. So there's a black and white, and then there is another gradient in the background that has a kind of a silver tone to it. So you're actually playing with two different gradients here. And as I change the scale of it, see how I was allowing more of that gold to show through?
I'm gonna need about 5 Photoshop one-on-ones. My brain. Honey, I ain't gonna lie, and I have a whole master's degree. I don't even know.
Shoot, I understand.
I'm able to change the color.
But you got it. You're pretty much there. You're pretty much done. Let me turn this one off.
It's the colors that confuse me. Like even when I did like one of your templates that I changed, and my husband wanted red, and I was like, oh. And honey, it took me 3 days to figure out how to get that color. Them roses. I watched those videos like 4 times. I was like, oh my gosh.
And you know what it is too? Is that different colors tend to use different blend modes in order to get the desired effect. So I just sat there and played with that blend mode. I don't know I don't know this. I've been dealing with Photoshop for 20 years, and I don't know whether it's going to be darken, screen, overlay that gives me the effect I want. I just have to really keep playing with it. And then once I play with it, I can kind of get an idea of, okay, that's what I wanted to see. And that's why I say I just use the down arrows to go through these modes and see, you know, what really pops off and makes me happy. And that's why you hear me all the time say, yeah, that makes me happy. Like, it's really what makes you happy. It has nothing to do with understanding what it's going to do every time, because you won't understand what it's going to do every time. Every time you think you understand, it's going to throw you a curveball. Almost guaranteed. So let me change. I'm going to change this one.
That makes me feel better. I ain't, you know, great at it. Photoshop is so intimidating.
Oh yeah, it is. But once you get it, almost anything that comes to your mind, you'll be like, yeah, I can do that. I can make that happen. You can make a fish fly, you know, give it wings and make it fly. And something that somebody just imagined, you can make happen in Photoshop. Guaranteed. So let me close out of this one and hit OK and see if this is about how you want it. If that gold is doing for you, or you need it to be brighter, or what.
Well, it looks good, but I'm afraid if you just looking straight on, can you see that it's saying Musketeers? Like,
and that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna ask you how you feel about it visually, because my next step, double click on one of those strokes, and I'm gonna show you what I would do if I wanted to do the yellow juxtapose that green. Yellow and green are very, very similar in value, meaning that that medium kind of color. If you do something you want more contrast, you need things with contrasting value. So that usually means the closest you get to black against white, right? So if I add another stroke, and let's say this one is going to be this one's now my background one, and I'm just going to make it, instead of a gradient, I'm going to make it a color. And I'm going to increase the size so I can actually see it. And this one is going to be, instead of the inside, this one's going to go to the outside. Okay, so now you can see, okay, if I had this as white versus black, does it pop more? And now that black to me makes it seem like it's popping more off of the shirt. Now another thing you can do is you can do like a black outline and then a white outline. That usually gives you a little bit of pop off the shirt too. So a bright yellow, just like the way this green up is, you don't see that yellow around that green and green up. But I'm guessing that there's some yellow around there, because I can kind of sense that there's something glowing from it. So yellow right butt up against green is never going to give you high contrast. So if you want high contrast, you want colors that have very different values. So if you're going to do green, juxtapose it against black. And let me show you that difference. If I take this same yellow, I'm just going to add another stroke so that I don't have to change the yellow we've already worked with. Let's say, so let's do a plus there. It's going to add another one. Is it added? Okay, there it goes. It might have done it a couple times. All right, so I'm going to drag it down into the black area and say okay. And now instead of an overlay, I'm just going to do normal. And I'm going to show you what black looks like against the green. So that makes it a little more bold. And as you can see in the jersey here, the black is what's bold and stands out. The yellow is kind of like a trim, and then it's against the green. So you have to understand color theory for yourself, and also just by eye. What looks good to you. So I could do the black stroke as the beginning stroke, and then I can do there you go. Oh shoot, I'm trying to
remind me of Notorious Big.
So let's say that now I'm going to do yellow as the very back stroke. Let's see. So now you have black kind of breaking up between the green and the yellow. So it pops out a little bit more. So like I said, this is all, it's based on your eye. What you really can discern, and the great thing about it is you can always zoom out and give yourself kind of a backup view of it. Okay. So that was like full black. This is black with a little yellow coming out from it. That's a little more than a little yellow.
Well, it's like a what they call it, an offset. What you just did, is that like making the offset bigger?
Yeah, this they call this a stroke, but yes, that's what I'm doing. So there's several strokes here, as you can see. And what I'm doing is I'm playing with how thick I want one stroke to be versus how thick the other stroke is. And that changes the perception of the heaviness of the colors and the contrast of the colors too.
Okay.
You can say you also have a stroke that's somewhere on the inside. Where is it? So this one's the inside stroke. And right now we have it as a gradient. But if you took that inside stroke and you wanted to do a solid color version of it.
I said I kind of like the fact that it's kind of like bleeding down into it at the top, but it gives it like a little bit of a halo effect, I guess. I don't know the right terminology because I ain't never took color theory. I knew it was a thing. I think it was something.
But and that's what I'm saying. So some people see how this looks very flat. This is just stroke on stroke on stroke. That looks very flat. Some people like that look. Some people would prefer for it to have kind of that, 3D kind of, it looks like it has some shadow, a little bit of dimension to it. You can even do a little bevel and emboss to it so that your lettering looks a little more 3D.
Okay.
And see how it's showing the lettering a little more 3D now?
Okay, I like that.
And then you can play with how extreme you want it to be. And it kind of makes it, anything that makes it look like it's not vinyl, it to me makes it look like you put more work into it. And that, someone else can't replicate it. So that's just some of my input there.
Don't take it away, bring it back.
Yeah, and I'm just showing you because when you take it away and you bring it back, it kind of lets your eye see, okay, what's did it stand out with the yellow? Yeah. So then, and that lets you see. And what thing that made it stand out is breaking it up with the black. So when we had the yellow right up against the green, it made it look like it was kind of too close to the same color. So when you zoom out, you may not be able to make it out. But it could also make it look like it's glowing, like the green up looks like it's glowing from the jersey. So and I think that does say green up, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. I was like, I hope I'm not making it up. But yeah, so
I didn't know until we moved there, but Old Town Road, the song came from Greenup County, Kentucky. There's a road.
There you go.
I didn't know it's so that's their little proud. As soon as I moved down there, they told me that story. I was like, well, thank you.
That's what's up. So yeah, you'll have something commemorative to have the green up on it. So if this looks good to you, like it is, then I would say go ahead and let's pull this out the way. Let's say okay, so that it saves those changes.
Okay.
And let's zoom out a little bit. Let's control minus. Let's zoom out. Let's take off this blue background right now. So zoom out or scroll all the way to the bottom. And take off that blue.
Okay.
And then go ahead and put on the white background. I'll let you not see that checkerboard. There you go. So now we get an idea of what this really looks like. Now you can take where that blue was, you can add a new layer and you can make the background color instead of the black. You can make the black background color be the green or the yellow so that it just adds a little more of that color. You can do a gradient to the background. It's pretty much endless what you can do. Like you said, it's a lot of options on Photoshop. So I'm going to show you a couple of options here. One, if we do go to layer and then go to a new fill layer for me. And choose gradient and just say okay. And we're going to go to the gradient color box there, or the swatch right above where it says gradient. Just click on it and we're going to make our own color. As a matter of fact, click on the one that's red to green. That way we get a green in there. And go ahead and actually click on the box here, the bar that says gradient. Click on it. There you go. And where the red is, I want you to click on the red color stop. And see if you can grab that yellow. If you go to your image, you should, or grab it from the Musketeers the words we just made. There you go. Okay, so then that adds like the green to yellow, and then you can even click on the green and make sure you select the green from Musketeers if you want to keep the same green. All right, and then that way you kind of get, in your background image, you kind of get a little bit of the colors from the school in there. If you hit OK, and OK again. Now I want you to drag that layer and clip it to, basically drag it right up, right underneath the one that says grunge brush. Keep dragging, there you go, and drop it. It's going to clip it to your mask there. And what we need, in order for this to work on top of those photos, you have to drag it above your photos. So I want you to drag it.
So why did I just stop it right there? If I was going to drag it again?
Because I was going to show you how you can just apply it to the background, but then you would have to change the layer effects for each photo. So instead of that, I'm going to show you how you can pull this above all the photos and then change the blend mode. So if you drop it right there, of course it's going to cover everything up. The blend mode right now should be on normal. Make sure that, matter of fact, go ahead and close out the character arrow. Like, go ahead and collapse that with the arrow to the right. There you go. And for the gradient, oh, I see what it's doing. It is only a certain part of it that is blacking out. So what I want you to do, where it says black right here, go ahead and right click and disable the layer mask. Now I should see my green and my yellow, but I don't. So what's going on here? Do I have? I'm trying to see if I have anywhere else. That's on multiply. Oh, okay, my bad. This is what I needed you to turn off, the whole black and white layer. That's what it was. Okay, so we'll turn that off completely. This is basically, I had it to where a certain part of the element gave it color and a certain part was black and white. So if I want to see my green and my yellow, then I have to turn that eyeball completely off. So now I have green and yellow. But for right now, what I want to do is I want to play with the blend mode. So right now it's on normal. I want you to select what's right up underneath normal. I believe it's dissolve. Okay, so hit dissolve, and then I want you to hit the down arrows until you come up against something that you like. And if you don't like it, don't worry about it, just keep going. And my favorite one. I'm sorry, what's that?
Which one did you think?
I usually
I'll take your opinion.
I think usually I like either color or hue, because hue keeps, if you go up one, hue's going to keep your black and white tones, but add like a little bit of pop of color, and then color is just going to color everything, including the grays. So I think one of the last ones is color.
I was almost there.
So color kind of adds like a lens, like of that color over everything that you're doing, and it kind of just kind of recolors the whole image. But the hue is going to give you some black and whites and still keep a little bit of the color. Now you're also looking at,
I kind of like this multiplier right here, but I don't know what it's doing, but I don't know, it kind of gives it like a vintage look a little bit. But.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. You play with these the way the blend modes. You play with the blend modes, and you'll see something that you like. And here's another thing: you can change the fill or the opacity of that particular color layer. So if you bring the opacity down a little bit, then yeah, it's going to color it, but it's still going to let some of the natural color show through. So you get a little bit of the tint of that color, but not fully. And see how the red started to pop through on the jersey and that sort of thing. And at the same time, the background layer, remember we set it to like 60% opacity, but before on the Cowboys image, it was only like 31% opacity. So you're playing with all of these different levels and your blend modes, your opacities, and that sort of thing, and it gives you different desired effects. So if you go to the overall background layer, that whole folder, and you increase or decrease the opacity, you're going to get a different effect. Go up and go to the background, the top folder for the background. Scroll back down. It's the folder that's named background, and it's the folder where all your background images are. So click on that folder, and then see how we have the opacity at 63. Pull that opacity down and up, and see how you feel about it.
The opacity is at 100%.
I'm sorry, the fill. The fill is a different type of opacity. It's the opacity of everything except for the layer effects. So the effects will stay 100% true, but the fill will pull down. So you can pull that fill down to like 30%, and then play with it anywhere from 30 to maybe 80% and see what you like. And here's another one. Yeah, and I think that's about what we had it for the Cowboys. Now another thing is, right now you have black as this background for your slate area. So right now your grunge area, if I select the gray and turn it up to 100, then that pure gray is that color, and it has a color overlay. So double click on the word, did I double click on the, color overlay, and right now it's black. So choose like a lighter color, choose a lighter gray or even your yellow or whatever. And I want you to see how it's going to affect that little slate background. Okay. You have to hit OK in that one to move the other one over. And see how it lightened up that background a little bit? So that it's not so dark. Now what I would do is I would pull the top two images a little bit bigger, so I don't see that white space between the graphics. I want the graphics to look like they're melting together. Yeah.
Okay.
So yep, I would say okay to that. And just pull that top graphic down a little bit so that it overlaps. Now it looks like something's moving there. Do Control Z. I think it moved the gray level. Yep. And what you want? Do Control Z again. Oh yeah, there you go. And you can,
does the Control C only step back one, or does it keep on going backwards?
It depends on the newer Photoshop. I think it'll go back a few times. Most of the time, the older Photoshop, I know it will only do it once, and it was real aggravating. So it looks like it's playing with that gray right there again. So if you just hit escape, it won't change anything. It'll get out of whatever you were doing. And layers, I think layer 0 copy is what you want. And that's why it's good to name your layers, because you don't really know what you're trying to click on. Layer 0 is the name of that image there. Layer 0 copy. I'm sorry, it's layer 0 or copy? Is it? Nope, it's layer 0 copy.
Copy. Okay.
And make sure you hold it down shift. Or you can hit escape. If you hit escape, and then that way you can redo it and hold down shift. Control T and hold down shift this time. Looks like it just did text, so go ahead and escape out of that. And then make sure, yeah, there you go.
Shift.
And then you want to make sure that one image kind of melts into the other. There you go. And you still need to be big enough to where it fades off of the slate. So that looks good there. I think it looks good right where you had it, right there. So see how he's popping up even above the frame? That looks cool there. So go ahead, hit enter. I like that right there.
It kind of makes it look like a 3D effect.
Yeah. So anytime I can have something looking like it comes out from the frame, it makes me happy, because I feel like it's not a square image. And you can do the same thing to the image on the right hand side, so you kind of fill up some of that white space. Make sure you have your text tool selected right now. Make sure you select the move tool.
How do I get on the text?
I think sometimes when you might hit Control T, it might think you're trying to do text. I'm not sure. I think that's what it just did again. It's on the text tool now.
Really?
And I'm not sure why it's doing that. Oh, you know what? You have to select something first. Right click on the image and pick. Yep, there you go. So do the image 1291, remove BG preview. Yep, and then control. Well, now it's on there. It looks like it's giving you. Just make sure you hold down shift so that when you stretch it proportionately. There you go. And so now you don't just have random that random white space between the two images. Or in this case, the gray space. And you can even make it a little bit bigger if you wanted to. You still have a little bit of space where you can. Because remember, on this image, you have a lot of white space to the right of the image. There you go. That looks good there.
Well, then now I feel like this image down here is super small. And like...
Well, move it to the right a little bit. Make sure you hit enter. Now that one, make sure you hit enter if you like that size of it.
And then his hair looks faded out. I don't know why. I guess it's, I don't know.
Well,
move this. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You want to move the bottom image? Okay, right click and figure out, I think the name of it is, capture. And go ahead and move it, or you can make it bigger, like you said. You can make it bigger, you can move it to the right. Now, I don't think you're holding down shift.
Why do I keep forgetting this on shift? Now, if I probably am nervous because you're on here, because I remember sometimes. I ain't remember at all for that.
Well, the other thing is, even if you started stretching it out, as long as you hit shift while you're stretching it, it'll snap back. So if you did happen to forget while you're in there, just make sure you hold it down during the process of continuing to stretch it.
I don't know. That image look kind of fake to me. I don't know what to do with it. The rim ain't right. The ball is off. The shoes. I don't know about this image.
Well, we still have the ability to clean that up.
I know you probably, we've been on the phone for quite some time, but
We'll see if I don't even know if the top of the rim is even in that image. I think that it's kind of cut off at the top a little bit, but
it was in the remove background and remove the background of that rim.
right. Let's go ahead and lock that in. Let me zoom in a little bit and show you that. Let's do. All right, let's scroll over a little bit. It's not letting me, okay. Okay, so what I would do in this case, see how the rim is already missing from the image on the background? I would take the foreground image, which is this one, and then I'm going to grab the paintbrush tool, and I'm going to create a layer mask, and I'm going to go with the black, and instead of a, well, we can fade it off. We can see what it does when I fade it off. So then that way it doesn't show such a hard image of the rim. It kind of looks like the rim is fading off. Because you don't have pixels there. You don't have any rim to really salvage right there in that area. So it's kind of going to be missing anyway. Now as far as the ball goes, let me go ahead and turn off the vertical text mark so I can see the image. And then we're going to go with the pen tool, come in here, and this is why I told you to add this back in. Now this pen tool is tripping again. For some reason it's not letting me curve. I'm going to try one more time. There we go. So I'm coming in here and I'm just going to create a new area that'll allow me to just clean up these pixels a little bit. Oh, this is getting on my nerves. It's not curving when I'm curving it. So forgive me, it's taking a little extra time on this.
No, it's okay.
Okay, there we go. See, sometimes it's making it snap to a point and sometimes it's allowing me to curve it. So I'm taking advantage of the moments where it lets me curve it. So it's like every 2 nodes that I do out of 3 are messed up, and then every now and then it lets me get a good one in.
That is kind of weird.
Yeah, it has something to do with me taking over the mouse and what it's really doing right now, because it's creating these corners, and I know for a fact I'm clicking and dragging without a doubt.
Well, remind me to charge somebody $100 if they think I'm ready to do all this work for a design.
Well, it's not that bad when you're doing it on your computer. It's gonna go a little bit faster, but I would say every photo that you do, charge at least an extra $5 for it, so people don't go photo crazy on you. My problem is I like the look of something, and I don't like sending people stuff that looks crazy. So my customers usually know if they send me something that I'm going to make it look good, even if I'm not charging them extra for it. But what I want you to be aware of is, charge extra for it, because essentially, what you're doing is a commodity. So you want to make sure that you're getting paid accordingly. So I'm gonna turn this layer back on. It has a layer mask on it right now. I'm just going to grab the paintbrush, make sure black is selected. I'm on the layer mask. And I should be able to paint. Oops, what is it doing?
Selected the other. That's weird because the outside is selected.
And I'm telling you, something is weird because the same thing happened with the mask when I selected it. You know what? What is this? No, that's pressure for size. What? It was something. Sample all layers. Yeah.
What is this?
Now, I just thought it was like a setting or something I've never seen. I'm like, what is this foolery? Hold on. So I know it's like automatically selecting the inverse. So if I want to, I would go select inverse here. Ain't no way that they had that inverse selected. Now when I go paint on this, if it's painting the inside, there's something going on where it's automatically selecting the inverse. I have never seen that happen before in my life. What does that? What does that? No, that's what happened. Remember when we selected the shape and it selected the outside instead of the inside? I was like, what is this doing? Yeah, so we're being tried today. We're being tried today, but that's okay. All right, so let me deselect right now. So we got around the ball cleaned up. Let's clean up around the shoes.
So basically, you selecting every, trying to get as close to the image as you can, and then just going around it, and then erasing all the pixels that's right there.
Right, and technically they're still there. What I did is I'm painting on the layer mask. So if, let's say I happen to take away too much of the ball or too much of the shoe, it's still there for you to clean up. Let me see. I'm gonna show you what I used to do, which was the click method. And I'm going to show you how Photoshop actually makes it a little bit easier to do that. So there is a lasso tool. And I'm going to hold down this arrow down here at the bottom. Should give me some other options. I want my polygon lasso. And let me show you what my click used to do. Now the problem with the click method is that if you mess up somewhere, you have to start all over again. So with the pen tool, you know how you can add to it and stuff. This one, if I select the wrong pixel somewhere, it sets me up for failure. So the fact that I'm seeing this delay right now, I think I'm selecting stuff, but I may not be, and it'll set me off. So I'm creating these corners, and you can clearly see that these are angles that I'm making, right? Well, I have an option once I'm done selecting everything to play with my layer mask. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it that I want to smooth out my selection. And when I smooth it out, it'll add roundness. So don't get used to this method, because it's a pretty lame method, especially when you're doing stuff like you know how we were able to get around the muscles and stuff. You can't really control too much of what it does. You don't know what this is going to do when it rounds off or softens your pixels or your selection. So you don't want to get too comfortable with this. This was my very first way that I used to learn how to cut out stuff. And it's going very slow because of the connection. But if I were on my computer, I'd be click, like fast as you can probably even talk. And this used to be my go-to method. And I know people around me used to hate it because they would just hear me clicking so damn much. But it got the job done. Like I said, sometimes you just use what you know until you know better. So now that you know better, you do better. But I'm showing you this technique in case you get really discouraged with that pen tool. I don't want you to feel like you can't cut out pictures at all. And then I'm kind of lost. I think the shoe. Oh shit! See, I'm damn. I'm cussing on the. This thing got me cussing.
No, I'm gonna tell you what was funny. I was watching your video earlier. You kept calling them Nike's ugly ass shoes. Boy, I was over there cracking up. I was like, she is going in on these Nike shoes. I was rolling. I'm sorry if I see anybody with these ugly shoes. I was cracking up. I said, she is
Well, you know.
In the process.
Oh my gosh! And see what it just did? Look what it just did. Look what it just did. And see what I was telling you? What happens when it mess up? It messes up, and I can't get my stuff back. Watch this. I can't. I have to hit escape, and guess what? None of that was any good. Exactly. So, lasso tool, and I think it's a little bit about the lag.
Well, if I can make a tool that's that silly, I don't understand that.
Well, it comes in handy now. Like, let's say I'm cutting out little pieces at a time and I'm adding to those pieces. I can kind of, and it's not select. Now it's doing a lag where it's not selecting every time I touch down. It's not doing it. So let me go a little slower. You say what now?
The little app we using that went to sleep or something.
Yeah, it's probably tired. Probably tired like us. It's like, all right, man, we're gonna wrap it up now. All right. So let me show you this. I'm gonna go ahead and
just do the smaller portions instead of trying to go all the way around at once.
And you know what it is too? When I double click in this program, it's not reading as a double click in the program. It's reading as a double click for this screen share software. So what a double click does in the screen share software is it zooms me all the way out of the screen share. So that's probably something you're gonna have to do, because I can't double click and close the mask. So I guess I gotta put you to work.
I guess so. But be a safety belt.
So yeah, just try one small section, and you don't even have to go all the way back from the shorts, because it's like right up in here in this area. Zoom in to where you can see it and you feel comfortable, and then use that polygon tool.
Control Alt. How do you use it? Control
plus. Control plus zooms in. Control minus zooms out.
I'm tired. Okay. Control plus.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I'm still I gotta go back to the lasso tool. I didn't move my little stuff and all. Oh Lord. My computer went psycho.
Is it not letting it like be full screen where you can see everything?
Yeah, I'm just trying to move it to a toolbar back over here so I can see what I'm doing.
Do this. Go ahead. Let me see something real quick. I'm gonna do minimize the screen and then maximize it again. Not minimize, but there. Oh, yeah. This toolbar moved on you. Here we go. And we'll just snap it back to that side. There it goes. Okay, you're good.
And the lasso tool.
And you want to use the polygon lasso, not the, there's a regular lasso tool and there's a polygon. So polygon lasso is going to be where this dot is at the bottom, because I had the special selected. And then it should be the last tool selected, so it's already selected there for you.
Okay. Then I'm selecting what here?
You're selecting this background that we want to cut out. So just select like a little piece, a little bit at a time. So start from the outside. There you go. You start right there. And then you're going to click. Yep.
They just coming up out of the woodwork. Butchers in the corner. Go back in your room.
Okay. Now stop right about there and go ahead and double click. It'll get a little bit closer to your original point. And and double click. You don't have to be, there you go. Okay, so now it's closed, and hit escape, because I don't want you to use that point right there. Hit escape. All right, so you have that selected. Go to selected mask. And see how it already pre-selected that for you? If you go over to smooth and you increase the smoothness a little bit, it'll take some of those corners off. And it should preview it for you. Okay, so I would say right there is good. If you do too much, it'll give you too much kind of playroom. So if you say okay to that, and then now grab your black paintbrush and paint in that area. Hopefully it selected the inside. Oh, you know what? Stop. That's what it was. Go back to the mask tool. I see it now. So you can go to any mask selection tool. It was on, no it wasn't. It was on, let's go back. See, it was on this one, the subtract from selection. We want it to be on add to selection. That might have been what it was when we were painting. So let's see what happens. Paint inside of that thing and see what happens. And make sure you're painting on the layer mask though. Yep. And it shouldn't matter how big it is because we're painting inside. Yeah, there you go. All right, so now you can keep adding to that selection. So you're going to stay on that selection. Go to your, as a matter of fact, do Control D to deselect. All right, so now you get to see what it looks like with no selection. That's not that bad, but it's not as clean as it could have been with the pen tool.
Okay.
So that's how you're going to get rid of the green and the yellow around the shoes. If you don't want to use the pen tool right now because it's lagging, I think that the pen tool will work better when we're not on the live because literally it's miscalculating for me. And I think that's just because it's doing the, I'm over the internet connection. But I think you could clean that up and that image would be pretty much done. Let me zoom back out a little bit, see what we're working with, and add your word mark back on there. Let's see. Like I said, once you clean those shoes up, and you might even want his legs to be in front of the words. What's that?
Oh, okay. I was wondering, I'm like, should I just take his legs out since the rest of his body, you can tell he's hanging, or
yeah,
you think it will bring more to the photo about a man? Look, I'm cheating already. I said.
You can, because you can literally just fade off his legs, absolutely. But you can also kind of, put him in front of the letters, and then that way you get the idea. It says Musketeers, but you see him hanging in front of it. So you have that option too. Either way it goes, if we bring it below or above. Yeah, I probably would. Since you can't see his legs, I probably would fade off them shoes. I ain't even gonna lie.
I'm trying to tell you, it's not a nice. You be like, man, I'm gonna have to fade off.
I mean, and as a matter of fact, like even with the ball and stuff, we could have done that. We could have just put the rim up against the letters and just faded all of that junk off.
But see, when you put it in the front like that, it kind of made it pop at the same time. So then I'm like, dang, she don't put it in front and look good like that because it makes it look kind of, 3D. So I don't
right. And that's why you'll see on the Cowboys, I had some of the people's arms and stuff in front of the letters and some of them behind it. And I would play with the layer mask in order to, kind of hide and conceal and reveal what I wanted to look like was overlapping the letters. And you can do the same thing. For instance, let me see, with this image with him posted. Let's see, if I right click, post, and let's say I drag him over a little bit. So I'm trying to show you this effect. Now see how his elbow is behind the word Musketeers? Once I drag him, and I wouldn't drag the whole thing, I'm going to alt click and drag. That means I'm making a copy. Freak, I forgot it won't let me alt click and drag. So I need you to do this. Where it says the layer that says post, I want you to hold down Alt and click a layer and drag it above Musketeers. And drop it. Okay, so let's say I wanted his arm in front of Musketeers, but I wanted his leg behind it. I would go to my layer mask, create a layer mask for this upper image, and then I would grab the brush, and on the layer mask, make sure I have black selected, and paint away the leg right there. So now his elbow is in front of it, but his foot's behind it. So that's up to you if you want to do that. But that's how I make it look like some of the images in front of the word, some of the images behind it. And I do that on purpose. Like I put stuff right up against the letters because it makes it look like it's integrated and it makes it look like it's a part of the image.
Okay.
So that's just a suggestion. You don't have to do that. As a matter of fact, you could go back and undo it to pull your other image back where it was before. But that is going to be a key if you want to make it look more dynamic. That's why I said you chose one of the hardest templates, just to let you know. Now I'll let you know. Well, see,
always complicated.
Well, I wanted to tell you that when you chose the template, but I didn't want to discourage you. So I wanted to tell you afterwards, when we did it, that you chose one of the harder templates because it's one of those ones where you have to play with you have to play with foreground and background. And how you're overlapping these images. So it's not just a straight up, I threw a couple of PNGs on there and it already has a background. You're creating all of these elements. And like I was telling you how you have some of the image in front of the text, some of the image behind the text. That's how this template is set up. So it kind of it gives you a lot of creative control, but it gets kind of confusing in your mind. So you have to figure out, well, what do I want in front of the text? What do I want to float behind the text? And you control that. Like his foot in front of the text actually looks really good because you have his full foot there.
I did like that, yeah. And see, I was thinking when you did that, I'm like, dang, if that foot's in front of the text, I can definitely blur out the foot in the back.
Right.
But then I'm like, how can I put the basketball in front of the E so it won't be so flat? Is that even possible?
That's exactly possible. So what I would do is go ahead, just like we just did, right click and select the foreground image. That way you make sure you have the right one selected. So select the capture. And then Alt on the layers side, Alt and drag an image of it to above the Musketeers. And because they were linked before, they should still be linked. Let's see. Yep, it's still linked. So now, what you can do is you can erase the part of the lower body. So you have a layer mask on there already. Go ahead, get your paintbrush.
I never erase. I just do the layer mask.
Right. Yeah, if you can avoid erasing, that's going to be your best bet. Now make sure you're on the layer mask. Right now you have the whole layer selected. Make sure you only select the layer mask. There you go. And that way when you start painting away, make sure you don't touch the ball. There you go.
I'm sick of this little shoe, honey. I can't get rid of that shoe.
So go ahead and get rid of it. Get rid of it on that layer. And then you should be good.
Get rid of it. Look. I don't know why it's just sitting there. But I can't do that with this. Is it on another background?
Yeah, it's on the original image. So this is an accessory to your original image. This is above the text layer. So now you have your foreground image. You got to go back to. So I believe it's his first one. It's the first one. Yep, that one says capture. And make sure you select it onto the layer mask. You're painting on the. Are you painting on the image? No, you're on the layer mask. There you go. Go ahead. Keep painting. You got it.
This moving so slow.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's lagging because of the connection, but I think you got it here. And then that background, that little piece that's showing, that's on the background image, so keep that there. It's the little faded off version of it. That'll be fine. Because it still kind of shows that there's something there, but it's not focal anymore.
Okay. All right, so I'm confused as to why this extra basketball put up. Ain't they supposed to be linked or glued together like it?
Oh, oh, you know what it was? That was the layer that we were doing. We never linked that layer. The layer where I was getting rid of the watermark.
Mm-hmm.
So that was never linked to the original image. So basically, we would have to. It was. Is it layer 22? Mm-hmm. It's just a layer all by itself. Let me see. Let me see what it's called. I can't see. Where is it? Layer 22. Yep. So I would have to match that back up.
And there's like this blue hue for no. I don't know what it was supposed to be for.
It was blending the background because before, remember, we had the background in the actual foreground. So basically, this would have to be broken down. So you probably don't even need it in the background anymore. So if you use this to move in front, just see what you need to cover now. It's moving real slow when I'm trying to move stuff. But yeah, at this point, you probably don't even need that background image. But if so, then take that layer 22 and drag it above on the background layer for, what was that? For the post. Just drag it above post. And now it's kind of cleaning that background up. But we definitely want to link it to post. So post, and hold down the control key and select layer 22. And then go ahead and link those. Hit the link, but there you go. And it'll link all three of those now.
Okay. But then I got all this gray over here with no background.
Right. So then that's what I said. You can play with size now. So now you have to where you can take this image and blow it up. And I'm going to hit escape because I forget my shift key doesn't work. So if I want to control T, I'm going to have to lock it before I start moving it. So now you get into a little more fun with how big you can make these images, how much you can play with the collage effect, making them look like it's overlapping the text. So now his foot is just over it. Mm-hmm. But then I'm losing a little bit of his feet from before, where where he's showing how high he's jumping. So that's all on you, how you want to play with that, how much you want to manipulate it, what you want to be in front. So like I said, I intentionally put my players up against the words because I want to show that they're in front of it. So I probably would do the same thing with the with the basketball picture where he's jumping. I probably would put a little bit of his uniform up against the words just so that it looks like it's kind of hugging the text. But that's entirely up to you how you want to play with that, or even if you want to play with that.
Lordy. And that rim is still hot. I thought we blended that off and it's sitting right there again.
And that is
we put some of that red on that rim so it wouldn't just look like it was a broken piece of rim.
Yeah, that one, I think we did a layer mask onto the initial layer, but at the same time we also duplicated that layer. So I don't know, if that mask is on there. Let me see.
And I guess for his hair, am I gonna just use a little mask to kind of blend off his hair a little bit so it won't just be a sharp point of hair missing?
Yeah, you just add white back, because remember we watermarked the player that was in red behind him, and when you watermark that, you touched on his hair a little bit with the outside of the brush, so you just go back with white and add that right back in.
Okay. One time I the one that you were, that was a good point too, because I didn't notice that yet, but the one that you're working on looks like a hunk of his hair is missing. Did I erase that by accident as well?
No, I think that is the top of the photo. It never had any hair up there. So if you want to get clever with that, I would basically take the black of his shorts and make sure it kind of like matched up with that. Unless you want to actually create hair, and that's a whole nother lesson there. Basically, we could take hair, copy. But yeah, you can copy and paste some hair that he already has, and then kind of create your own shape to make it look like it blends in. And that's one of those things. I think I have a few videos on that when I do remembrance photos, and they want me to put a halo on somebody, but the halo is missing the top of the hair. So I basically create hair in order to put a halo on. But I was just showing you, if you move this one, if it allows me to let it move. At this point, this thing is just being really slow with me. But yeah, I think I'm gonna exit out of that.
What's up? Ooh, what's a finger?
Okay, let's go to history, and I'm gonna undo that. So we'll leave that there. But yeah, you also have the option of just like fading it off a little bit, creating a little curve right there. That's probably the most that that I would do on this point, especially with how slow this thing is going with the selection. Because I could direct you to the video that has the one where I create the hair, but because this masking is so slow, I kind of don't feel confident trying to do that over this connection. Let me see. Yep. So I would, let me see if I can do it. Control D. I'll see if I can select some hair from here. It's not selecting anything. There we go. Make sure I'm on this layer. Yeah, it's just being real difficult right now. Right click.
Is it my internet connection? Because my internet be tripping sometimes.
It might be, because it's not even letting me select the same things it was letting me select before. So I'm trying to work with it.
And it's I have a high internet speed, and nobody was in here on the internet but me, so I don't know why it slowed down so dramatically.
Yeah, because I'm not getting my little corner here. I can't even turn this. Let me see if I can manually turn it. Yeah, I need to be able to turn this from the corner, and I can't turn it. There you go. Yeah, you can, but I can't. So it's the internet connection. It's and it might also be, you know, lagging because of the file we've been working with and everything. But if you put that up there on the top, and then kind of resize it. But you need something to play off of. You don't want to resize it exactly. Give it some playroom, because you see how it kind of fades off, and you see that line. You want to be able to kind of change the hard line up there. As a matter of fact, let me see if now maybe I might be able to. So I'm making it actually bigger than I really need it to be. Yeah, it's lagging so bad I can't even move it. Come on. All right, so I'm hitting enter now, and then I'll go to the original image, which is, so I'm on this preview layer. I need to oh boy. like that one. If you copy, so we have to take off some of the top for this one. It's moving real slow. And then we'll take off some of the top from the foreground image. So I just faded off a little bit of the top from the foreground image, and then you take that layer 24, nudge it down a little bit. And you take the layer mask, and now we're going to paint away a little bit of that edge. And this time I'm going to make sure that we use a little bit smaller brush. And I can't really see what I'm brushing away here because it's not previewing the brush sides for me on this side. It's only showing me the after effect, like after I start brushing. But you see, I'm trying to brush away that hard line so that it looks like it's blending in to the existing hair. So then it gives like a top to it.
Okay.
Okay. And then we'll make sure that we hold down Control for me and select the post remove up under that layer. And we're going to link those so that they all move together. So hit the link for me. And now you have the hair, the kind of top of the hair, faux hair part connected to the image, and you can move it around, or now you can trim off the top of it if you need to, but that to me looks like it actually works. So given this kind of connection, I think we're still able to get that done.
You are so awesome. Now I could try to, because I know you tired. You probably been working all day just like I have, so I don't want to take up too much more of your time. But if you could please just show me how to use this t-shirt template, because I got a shirt that I've been trying to make and I can't. It's just square, and I can't get it to conform to the actual template. Like I'm sure you already got it linked into this one, but I don't know how to do it.
Okay, well go ahead, and I don't know if you want to save as, like make sure that you save this file that we've been working on, just in case.
Okay.
All right, so then that way you have this saved. You can play with the layout a little bit more if you want to, and go ahead and pull up the image that you want to get ready to print.
I don't even know what the image is. Okay, wait a minute.
Is it something that you recently edited?
Yeah, it should be. Do I just go into file and open?
And just go ahead and open probably whatever you were already printing.
I'm trying to remember what.
Now, if you go to open recent, was it a file that you recently opened in Photoshop?
Yeah, I recently opened it in Photoshop. Hold on, it might be under here.
Yep, that's it.
It's it. So when I brought the template in, and I don't even see the layers anymore. I don't know how that happened. But when I bought the template in or whatever, like it fit on the size of the shirt. Like I made sure everything was fitting within the extra large 2X range. But then it wouldn't hide anything and like get it ready to print like you do on yours. So it's just this square.
Okay. Where is the? You're talking about the blank template is what you use for this one? Can you pull up the blank template?
I can try.
It might be at that the folder we had the other templates, but make sure you have the Photoshop version of it. Now, one thing you can do is this. Do you know that it's on your desktop? You just don't know what folder it's in.
Yes, because I just went in and started downloading some of the templates that I had got from you.
Okay.
I ended up deleting a lot of my downloads and then had to turn around and re-upload them again. So I don't know if I did that or what I did.
Okay. So go back to let's go back to the desktop, and then I'm gonna see if I can search, because I know that the word I think no, it's fine. You can go back to file open. I'm gonna do a search for it. And right up here in the top, let me go to the desktop. I'm gonna search up here, and this will be I think I called it blank. Blank was somewhere in there.
I know it's somewhere in here because I just seen it. I got enough blanks, oh Lord.
Well, you know what I did? The word vapor is in there. I know that. You may just have to download it over again.
Where the heck did I put it? I need to organize my desktop is what I need to do. Let's see.
Go ahead and download it. It should be on your My Downloads part of your account.
Well, it should be under my drive somewhere. I would think, because I think that's the one thing that would go under my drive. Here it is.
Now that's the PNG. So you want to see where that where the Photoshop version of that document is. Go to share with me over on and it should be a folder for free all over. Go to that folder. And we want to go to I think there's a Photoshop version of this. Is that it? What is that?
Yep, it says Photoshop right here.
Okay. Well, it says that's for the whole folder. Let me right click on the file name, or you should be able to just hover over it, and it should tell you the file.
Yeah, it wasn't popping up for me either.
That's probably it, because it has a logo. This is not previewing. Yeah, it says .psd. That's what it was. So you want to open this up, and this is good for other people to see too. You want to open that up in Photoshop, and then pull whatever image you're working on, pull it into that template. So then that way it's going to be exact size, and you don't have to worry about scaling it or anything like that. And then I'll show you how to print the smaller version of the shirt versus the bigger version.
Now, question. I know in one of your videos you showed like how to what was I going to say? Lost my train of thought. Hold on. Think on it. It's on the tip of my tongue. It'll come back to me in a second. I'm that tired. My mind just went totally blank. It was a big point that I wanted to make, and then I can't remember. What was it? Was it getting back down to 13 by 19? Oh, yeah, I remember. So you show how to do the artboard based on a 13 by 19 and size, like so that you can save that when you go with Photoshop, but you never show for the oversized prints. So I didn't know like what size to make on artboard, but I assumed based on this template that it was 36 by 44. So that's what it seems like this template is pulling up as.
Right, and that's why I tell you to open the Photoshop file, because it's going to be the exact dimensions that you need it to be, and then you bring things into this template. So you can delete everything off of here that you don't need besides these top 2 layers, but at least it keeps the size here. So then that way, if you take your Menace to Society layers and just drag those layers into this template.
Like this?
No, actually, matter of fact, leave that just like that. Then you can, when you go now, oh, I guess that is one merged template. I mean, one merged image. Okay. Okay.
What I just do?
Okay, so literally you just take it and you pull it from one artboard and drop it onto the other. And for some reason, my mouse is not working right now. It's got like a timeout, like I'm on timeout. So you may have to do it. There you go, drop it on there. And see how the resolution is different and everything. So it would have, it was a little unpredictable how it would print. So go ahead, you can close out of that one now. And go ahead and do Control T, and it looks like you already have your size on there. Go ahead and make sure, do Control T, and make sure your aspect ratio is locked before you start changing the size of it. And then go ahead and shrink it down.
Yeah, because whenever I first did it, I had the template and I had it. It was sitting just perfectly nice, but I couldn't separate it. I didn't know if I needed to carpet or what I needed to do.
So go ahead, shrink it down a little bit, and then drag it underneath the top 2 layers. And you might have to hit enter in order to lock the image, and then drag it below the keep on for printing. Okay, so what size are you planning on printing this one?
It's the shirt should be, it's gonna be an extra large.
Okay, so you see the issue with how this is designed. If it's anything smaller than a 3X, it's not going to print those images on the sleeves. So that's why I always suggest that you design it to where it's going to fit on the smallest shirt. And let me just give you a suggestion of how I would do that, if you don't mind. I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to make this fit the smallest shirt, and then I'll just make that background color.
I see what you're saying. Because I already had create pixels to make the background color, if you notice, because I knew like the sleeve was sticking out a certain way, and I was like, this photo is not gonna, like, if I try to stretch it out too big, then the image is gonna fit there. So I had to create like a color match for the outside of the buildings to kind of fade it in, and that's why I decided to put like little pictures on the shoulders.
Right. I know exactly what you're talking about. And in this case, if you wanted to do that, I'll go ahead, I'll create a new layer on top of this. And because the photo, like you said, you don't want to be missing too much of it. You want things to fit on the smallest of shirts, but you also want to be able to print to the largest of shirts. So I just created a new layer, and I'm going to grab this gradient tool. So you'll learn how to use a new tool today if you haven't used the gradient tool yet. And let's say that, you know what, for this one, I'm just going to grab the light blue here. Shift and hold it, drag it up. Uh-oh. I didn't have the right selection here. I need to have it selected on foreground to transparent. Foreground to transparent. And then I need to make sure that I hit the Alt key and I can pick up a color. And I forgot the Alt isn't working on my end, so I need you to hold down Alt and click that light blue.
Over here.
And see how it automatically turns to a color picker? Alright, and if you click that, then that way I can change that to the foreground color. So I'll bring the light blue to the front. And now I should be able to create a little gradient here. I'll start from the inside me, pull it in, and
where are you at? Okay, Okay, so you're here working on the bottom, right?
I was trying to get over here to the sleeve, and it's just giving me problems. But we're gonna get through it. Go ahead and now I want you to Alt and click on the darker blue on the left hand side. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then what I'm doing is I'm just creating some gradients to kind of fade into our image, so that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's selecting it as the. You have something on here. It's selecting the reverse. It's selecting the background, some foreground and background. It's fine. We're gonna just pull the darker blue to the front now.
Okay.
All right. So now we have that blue on there. You could even come in here if you wanted to and soften that up a little bit, or you can bring since this is the building. I'm pretty sure that you could keep this kind of hard edge going up to this area. So I would do, now this is where you could get away with doing a lasso, the polygon lasso. Just take this, hold down shift so we can make it go straight up. I'm going to come over here to this area where
I did that. It wasn't going to print on the shirt, so I was like, well, it looked like most of the collar and stuff would have been a different color, so I didn't. It's just the beginner stuff.
Right, and because you don't really know, especially let's say you were doing this front and back, and you don't really know what's gonna happen. You kind of play it off like you have an idea what's gonna happen. I mean, like I said, it's really a funny type of thing. The more you do it, the more you learn, and you just play with it as you go, and you can't be too hard on yourself. But at the same time, you just give yourself some understanding of what you have going on. I'm trying to paint right now. Oh, it's got a little stroke. We need a big stroke. Come on. And then I need it to be soft. So hardness is at 0%. And I'm even going to make this even bigger.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Now, I'm just kind of painting over this area. And like I said, you won't see that there, but now I'm going to deselect. The only reason why I had that mask on, so I can get that clean edge right there. And I'm just going to kind of paint over these windows. So just in case they show up, they were like, what is that just popping out of nowhere? Nothing. You don't see nothing. And then even this image over here, if you wanted to. Now we're painting on a whole new layer. So I would, fade that off just a little bit. This blue over here, now we'll take my darker blue and fade over this a little bit. Uh-oh. I went a little too far.
You don't want to call it neighborhood from got a renovation. It don't even look like the projects no more. Renovation.
We want to do too much cleaning up. We want to go ahead and keep it true and real. All right, so then, that way, if you could happen to go into a 3x, 4x, you just have that little bit that it doesn't look like it abruptly got cut off. So this is probably best for you good to go. I'm going to go ahead and turn back on the layers. So even on a small shirt, you would get some of this print on the sleeve. You might even bring it in a little bit more so that you don't miss his face there. But in this case, I think at the very least, we can go ahead and move these together. But I'll show you, if you said you're printing this on a large, extra large, let me show you my trick here. I'm going to go with the magic wand tool, which I don't see it out right now. Oh, it's in there. So I go to this little bottom arrow, this little drop out, and go to magic wand. And I'm going to select the area right outside of the large, extra large. Because basically, if I'm printing large, extra large, this represents the area that the shirt ends at. So I want some bleed. So I'm going to go into my 2x region.
That's all I was thinking. I had to bleed it all the way out to the 2X.
Right. And that's just a suggestion. You can literally, what people do is they might select the large, extra large, and just add a 3-inch kind of bleed around it. And that might be safest for you. So what I'm doing right now is selecting the 2X, 3X, and you see I have some parts right here that aren't connected. So what I'm going to have to do is grab my polygon lasso tool, and I'm going to make sure that I'm on the additional selection, right? You see how I'm on add to selection? And I know it's already selecting that outside part, and this is something you probably have to come in and do. And I don't have a lot of bleed up top, so I might even come back and give myself a little extra bleed up top. But you shouldn't really need all that because you have plenty of bleed at the bottom. But it's better safe than sorry once you're talking about printing. So do me a favor. I want you to stay between the 2X and 3X, and we're adding to the selection right now. So it's moving real slow for me, but I think you can go faster than me. And see how I'm staying in between? Yep. So just keep clicking and stay in between the XL and the 2X. Keep going. You got it.
I don't know what's that handle. I don't have to like click like I do in the other one. I can just do a straight line, right? Right.
This is the polygon tool is used best for this type of stuff. You're just rough cutting.
Well, it's going to cut off right there. I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's just going to add to it. It's going to add to it. And go ahead and double click. It'll close that off. All right, now you see how it's selected all the way up to the 2X? I would come up here and do a little bit extra. So we're still on addition mode. I'm going to come up here and add just a little bit more to this top because I don't trust ending right up there. And this is your bleed, so it's not highly important that it's exact, but you want to be neat so that you don't totally confuse yourself either. You probably won't end up going all the way up here, but just in case, just keep it clean.
So what are you doing? Going all the way back around it again?
Just the top.
Okay. And then you're going to bring it down right there.
And then I'm going to add it to this existing selection. Now, I need you to double click because I don't think I can double click. It's okay. Just hit double click. It'll close it up. And see, now that I added to it. So that, and what you can do right now is you can go ahead and create you a brand new layer, right? And then you can go to select and select the inverse.
Now we need the inverse. It'll probably be the outverse.
Right. And go ahead and choose your default black and white. You want to choose white. So go to your default colors and hit those colors. And bring white to the foreground. And go ahead and fill it should fill this outside layer. Just go ahead and dump that color. Yep. On the outside.
You need to be on a brush tool or something to do that?
Oh, you need to be on the fill bucket. And I forgot your fill bucket is down here with the extra tools. So when you click that arrow down there where those dots are, or right now it's got polygon, click on that little arrow and you should see a bucket.
I know this is gonna be funny, but I'm so illiterate to this thing that you know how long it took me to find the color? Because I didn't know those were bucket. I was like, where's the colors? I had to Google it and everything. It was just ridiculous.
But you follow along really well. Go to the paint bucket. It's a little further down. It says paint bucket tool. You see it? Yep. Click that, and then go ahead and fill that outside area with the paint bucket. So if you were printing, that would kind of save you from printing all the way up to a 3X, and you still have a bleed area, and it's probably still going to be a little bit bigger than you need it to be because it's a little longer. But now you can see, okay, well, my sleeve prints aren't going to get cut off. I'm still going to have my image on my sleeves. This will fit down to a small. So if somebody else came in and said, hey, I want that same shirt, but can you put it on the small? You don't really have to do much artwork now to get it to print on a small for you.
I would just do the same lasso tool that I did earlier to get it
And then once you do this, now you can click on this one, and you can call that layer your instead of layer 4. Double click on the word layer 4 and call that large extra large. Right? And then you can do the same thing for your small medium. And then that way you save this as your template. So the reason why I had it cut off is because the way that the template is optimized is so that people can send me a file, one file, and I can print it small all the way up to 3x. But if you're using this for your personal use, you want to modify this so that you're saving your ink, you're saving your time, and your paper. Because you can print this on a little bit smaller piece of paper too. You don't need the whole 44 inches wide.
So you was telling me, like, if I wanted, because I guess if I turn this off, now it's going to print off in that shape. And then instead of me, like you said, save it as a PNG, a JPEG, and then my printer can read it just like this in this size.
Right. And go ahead and do that now. Go to File, and I want you to do Save As. And we're going to test something right now. Do Save As. Save it as a JPEG. And do the
printer goes, so if we need that.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm not near my printer. I don't know if you
No. I just want to see if it's going to save it the right size. So go ahead, it's the file name, save it as like test or something. I don't mind what you save it as. I just want you to put it somewhere where we can test whether it's going to save it the right dimensions, because that's what's important for you to be able to just print and go.
Okay, so I'm gonna do save as, and you said click save.
Yep, just hit save, and then I want you to open that JPEG. After and make sure you save it with maximum, so it's on 12. Perfect. Hit OK, and then do File, Open, and I want you to open that JPEG
in Photoshop.
Because you want to print from Photoshop, unless you have RIP software. If you have RIP software, you might want to print there.
That's the problem. They want me to go through the RIP software because I try to get a color profile, and they was like, no, we have to go through the RIP software for it to read the best.
Well, and I don't know like what ink formulation or anything that you might be using, whether you're using like a third party ink or Epson, the Epson sublimation ink. But I typically print from Photoshop, and I tell Photoshop to manage the colors, and I end up with that really good results. But it depends on the ink. Some inks need color profiles, and the RIP software may or may not be able to provide that, depending on what printer you have and whether that RIP software supports that ink and printer combination. So it's a really weird thing, but there's some people.
And that's explained to them, because they were talking about the CMYK, and I was like, no, she said hers is an sRGB, whatever it's called. But they would just take the image and upload it into the RIP software, and the RIP will read all the colors and it print out. And it's been working so far. It's just that it was just this humongous image, and I was like, what in the world? I can't do nothing with that. So,
and maybe what we need to do is have a different post for people that do large format printing, because it's a little bit different type of setup. When you're dealing with these small Epsons, they're dealing with RGB. They're trying to generate colors based off of your screen. You don't design a CMYK, because if you ever try to print CMYK on these smaller Epson printers, you get totally different colors, totally different results. So I would be interested to maybe have a info session with the large format print folks, so that maybe we can get some of the misinformation out of the way. Maybe even send some files to you all so everybody can print something and we can see how it presses. So maybe we can get a little bit of consistency amongst us large format printers. So matter of fact, if you put that as a post, that will remind me when I see something continuously that the group wants to see. It makes me, kind of develop content for that. So color matching is one of those huge deals that matters to people that wear sneakers and team colors and that sort of thing. Other than that, it's not such a big deal. But duplicating and replicating these colors across jobs and platforms is really important if you're if you're reproducing in the future. So I understand what you're trying to do here. Let me see, before we talk about color any further, let me see what the image size is for this JPEG. See, right now it goes to pixels. I'm going to change it to inches, and now I got 44 by 36. So when you do save as a JPEG, sometimes it shifts the color just a little bit. but it will preserve the image size. PNG will preserve the color better, but it changes the dimensions of the shirt. I don't care what it is that you're doing, it changes it to 72 pixels, or resolution to 72 pixels per inch, and then it changes the width and height accordingly. So then you have to shrink it back width and height and change the resolution back to 150, and you don't want to keep doing that. I have problems with that all the time. So you save it as JPEG, it's exact. 44 by 36, 150 DPI, that's exactly the same, and I can show you and prove it to you right now. If we go to the Photoshop version of the file, and we go to image and image size, you'll see 44 by 36, 150 DPI. So that's why I printed so huge for you. PNGs just do that inherently, and I don't know what it is about them. Even when you do save as, it does the same thing.
It did. I tried doing the save as, and I tried doing the import or export.
Yep.
It only this way that you just showed me worked properly in my rip software, but I'm still stuck on that extra 36 by 44 paper, even though you know what I'm saying, still wasted paper, but I guess it ain't that much wasted. I don't know.
All you're doing right now at this point, you're going to grab your crop tool, and you're just going to bring in the part of the image that you don't need.
Okay.
And then that way your image is now as optimal as it can possibly be for printing. So go ahead here, I'll let you play with it. Bring in the left and the right, top and the bottom.
And I'm telling you, it was so helpful because with this corona and stuff going on, I couldn't get in contact with nobody. I was like, man, what are y'all doing? I'm ready to use my printer. And so when you answer that question, I was at least able to do some practice work.
There you go. Now go ahead, hit enter. It's going to lock in that crop for you. Hit enter. You might have to hit it twice. And now go check your image. Go to image size, and see how much paper ink. You're not saving ink right there, but you are saving paper. So go image size.
Okay.
And now you're down. You're down at least what, 4, almost 5 inches from the width.
Yeah. Mhm.
So there you go.
You are bomb.com. And I'm gonna need to have some money fooling with you. All my money.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to make that up in sales, because I'm really excited for you. Having a large format printer is going to open up a lot of doors for you.
I hope and pray so I went ahead and make the sacrifice to do it. I'm like, I had to convince my husband that's what it was for. I can make the money back. So I gotta get working to make that happen.
So yeah, well, I feel like regardless of the little lag that we had tonight, that we had a good session. We got a lot done. I'm ready to see you producing and see your first press. Do you have a large format press too, or are you pressing on like a 16 by 20?
A 16 by 20.
And you'll understand, even with the 16 by 20, just having the bigger paper and the bigger prints, I can press four presses. 2 on the sleeves and 2 at the bottom, and I did a video on that in case you need to see it. Pressing the big sheets. That when I tell you 4 presses the whole shirt with a 16 by 20 press, so you're not so worried about getting a big press right now. And I'm sure I could probably even do a 2. I might even be able to do a 2X with that same pressing method. So every last shirt that's under extra large, you'll be able to get in 4 presses per side. If you do the sleeves the long ways and do the bottom 2 pieces, or sleeve the long ways and then do the bottom 2 pieces the vertical way.
And I know you about to get off here, but I've watched that video like 5 times today because I did my first press today. But what frustrates me is I use the sub-living shirts, and I could not get the wrinkles from under those sleeves for nothing. No matter how much I pulled and tugged and used the spray and all of that, it just gathered as if like it didn't fit right, like it wasn't cut properly or something.
Right.
So that was frustrating. But I do have some of the jerseys ones that you all be using. So the vapor.
Yeah, try the 21Ms. They lay pretty good. Here's another tip that I didn't do in that video. You can use a hand iron, and you can flex and relax some of those wrinkles before you go creating the insert that goes inside. The insert that goes inside that piece of paper can help you to keep things taut as well. But I'm going to tell you that a lot of the large format folks are not putting that paper all the way in like that. They're just pretty much, but they also have a press that keeps things very even. It doesn't overheat, and all of those other variables they don't have. I have pressed the all over shirt without anything in the middle. I think the last cheat video that I did where I tied all those things together for y'all and I ain't seen nobody use it yet. But
you told us to go through. It took me forever to find that video. You kept referencing the other video.
Oh, you know what? I need to go back. See, this is why I need an intern too, because I need somebody to like put the links in all of my videos referring to this and referring to this product, because I'm spending so much time making content now. I don't have time to organize the details, and it's really it's costing you all in confusion. It's costing me in time that I have to go back and re-explain things. So I'll see about getting some type of intern that might be able to do those type of tasks, and I think it would help everybody, including the intern, because they'll be able to basically help me organize what I'm doing, and in the process learn what I'm doing. So that's a good point. Those video references need to be linked within videos and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was like, where's the video? We was trying. I have a little small arm, like where I would do like shoes and stuff. It's not a plastic arm, but it's like I guess you melt plastic with it. He was using that too, trying to get some wrinkles, but it couldn't go nowhere. And the shirt wasn't even. You could tell. It almost seemed like it was irregular.
Now, and that'll be the case too. Most of the time, you go with what you know, and you stick with those 21 M's. If you go ahead and create little layouts for it, you'll be able to just blast through them. And you're gonna have those wrinkles. People understand them. They're considered normalities in the sublimation printing process.
Well, you've been amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And let me know if there's anything else that you need to see or learn, especially in the group. Go ahead and post it there, so hopefully we can tackle these things together.
Okay, sounds great.
All right, love. Anything else you need to see before I let you go?
Some Z's.
I know that's right. See some backs and some eyelids. That'll be nice.
Yeah.
Well, my love, I'm wishing you some good rest tonight, and you're gonna wake up tomorrow and you're gonna be ready to tackle the next project, and I'm ready to see it for you.
Yes,
and to all those hanging on with us on live, I totally forgot about y'all. I love y'all. Good night, and thank y'all for hanging out tonight.
Good night.
All right, good night, love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dang. Goodbye.
Oh, I think I'm still recording. And I am. Oh, good night, y'all. All right, Jesse. Velo, Vegan. Butterman, welcome to NA Creatives. I'm glad you made it. Miss Zip, I don't know if y'all still here, but I was doing a little roll call. Ken, what's up, my love? I appreciate y'all. We had a long night tonight, but we got a lot done, and we have yet another fellow sublimator ready to do business, large format. So definitely y'all contact me if you need one-on-ones. I'll try to do more live one-on-ones, so even if you don't and I don't want to assume everybody can afford the $60 an hour, so I'm making this public so that y'all can at least learn from and get something out of sessions that we do with other beginners. So let me know if you want to do one-on-ones. There's a link on the website for that, and we also are taking suggestions for what you all want to see in the NA Creatives group. Sorry, y'all are just looking at my blank screen, but I just wanted a chance to talk to y'all before I let you go for the evening. Y'all have a good one, a blessed one, be safe and healthy, and I will check in with you all probably tomorrow. Until then, love you